north side elevations onto this, but you can see again, first of all, an enormous variation in heights. It's not a domestic scale. It's something that moves away from some of the more domestic scale buildings into a much larger scale. So we are really in a different street than some of the surroundings. And here you can see that. You can see how present the larger scale buildings are in relation to the garage building, and just flipping backwards and forth. We would argue that this somehow holds the street together better. It consolidates the street. It's not imposing. It does not change the scale of the street. And we would also argue that the setback of 15 feet puts this volume back into the landscape that we get back in the building. Looking from the other way again, you can see the variation of height, but it's not a domestic street in conventional. It's a charming street, it's a very beautiful street, but it has a lot of variation in it. And again, we would argue that this parapet height is really not disturbing for the consistency and continuity of the street itself. We would also argue that the openings, the fenestration, are consistent with this idea of the character of the existing street. This shows you that configuration. Here's the parapet line, and here's the penthouse, 15-foot setback, and here's the balcony. I'm more than aware that, of course, we are trying to establish there's a difference in terms of the volume that's on the street to the volume that's set back. And that argument is, I think, established also by the visibility of setback and how important the cornice and the parapet are in establishing a scale which is related to the street. You can also see here the new yard garden at the back of the building. So at the moment the building goes all the way out to here. And this is the rear elevation. And these are just images around the site to just show the lack of consistency that there is with the issue of openings. And Ward's already talked to this, that we are in a street somehow sitting between the residential and the sort of loft-like structures around the site with more rigorous geometry. And just to show the idea of the balance between solid and void, we're trying to find slightly more generous window fenestration, which is more consistent to more contemporary apartment planning, but at the same time maintains a balance of a sort of rigorous window fenestration, being very restrained and quite simple, trying to find an architecture which is not flamboyant and sits comfortably in the street. We considered very carefully how the building is made and its materiality. There were comments last time about the color, and of course that is something that could be considered in the development more about exactly the nature, the texture, and the color of these. We're proposing precast stone concrete, which is slightly sandblasted to make it strong material, and these images again show how the building sits. Okay, now there's a few other images just to show other reference projects where we've used similar type of architecture and fenestration and materiality. This is in Kensington, London, City Historic Building next to new. In Innsbruck, in Austria, a new building set within the historic. Just a summary of the material itself, the idea of taking concrete with a strong aggregate, rich aggregate, sandblasting and creating sort of stone-like appearance. this balance between the sort of calmness of the building, a slightly loft-like atmosphere, generosity of the windows, and the strong materiality of the building, the importance of the openings on the street, creating openings and life on the street. So this base gives certain privacy to these lower apartments. The New York device of having a slightly raised ground floor is always very intelligent, but in this, for ADA reasons, we can't do that in here. So we're trying to create another solution to bring residential to the ground floor by making a taller ground floor, making a privacy wall here, and large, very generous windows to the two units, and then creating a common entrance to the apartments. And again, instead of putting the garage entrance as a sort of service element, we've integrated that as part of the formal way of entering the building. So it's not something dividing the building from its neighbor. And there you get the building sitting on the street. Just repeating the same view we heard about the parapet. The nature of the surrounding buildings being sort of fairly normal and fairly repetitious, and a mixture between the domestic and the sort of semi-industrial.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Chipperfield? Yes, Michael?
Explain to us a little bit about what's going on in the bulkhead.
A lot of chemical stuff.
The section shows a very, very large board.
Page 9.
I'm just going to get a second.
Yeah, we have a plan on our package today. But maybe right.
So this is the section taken through the staircase. So you see, that's the stair getting up to the top. That's the setback of the penthouse. And so the bulkhead is sitting from there to there.
And what's in that very large empty void above the stair? My name is Jason Chase, and I work at Top Equities. The bulkhead has a footprint that's 20% of the lot, which is a code requirement for the new buildings. So the 20%, we're required to have certain mechanical equipment on the roof, and because of the amount of equipment, we had to stack it in 2 levels. So the lower portion of the bulkhead has a makeup air unit, which feeds fresh air into the apartments. The upper level has an emergency generator, which has life safety equipment, and it has all the condensers for the air conditioning and heating units for the apartments. And it's not possible to spread that out onto the back of the building or left or right, make it wider and lower. We've actually been investigating how to reconfigure the footprint so that we know that at an oblique angle you can catch just a tip of the bulkhead from farther west on Main Street. So we've been looking at lowering the overall bulkhead enclosure and changing the geometry so that it's not visible at all from the street. I think we're pretty close to achieving. I get a second question for that is that you do seem to have a rear terrace on the bulkhead. Is that, can you use that space, that back roof there, to kind of push some of your stuff further away? So it's not so. That's exactly what we're doing. We're actually expanding the bulkhead slightly to the north, and so what that does is bring in the sides, and the front is pushed back slightly. And we're also able to lower the bulkhead. We're investigating. Last question on the height topic. Yes. Your first floor is 12.6. Yes. When the other door 10.2.
Because in order to get residential units, as I the typical New York solution to residential on the street is you go up 4 or 5 steps. You get the privacy by being above the street. Right? It's difficult to do that with conforming to ADA. So what we try to do is sort of the residential ground up. That means that we're trying to get, this is about 5 feet, 4 6. So that this living room is on the street, but no one is doing straight into the living side. So it's a device. So just explain that if we kept a lower ceiling right here, then that solution will work. Because, well, you just get a very neat window. You get a squash window. So it's an aesthetic consideration, not about the composition of the first floor. If you think aesthetic is also about the quality of the space and what it's a composition competition. So it's trying to say that in order to create an architectural composition of this building where we're trying to create some sort of setting. I think we're very concerned that we don't lose domestic life on the street. And so we created that by having the main entrance here and here with a sort of gate. So you get a bit of distance, but it's still it's a domestic floor. And by creating this as the main part. But these two windows are like studio windows to Beijing to the first one. And it's like first one instead of the living room window to the street and the living room. So
thanks. Just to clarify on your question on the roof, my understanding is currently for the new building, zoning requires us to keep the mechanical within that 20%, so we couldn't spread everything out over the roof.
But we also have acoustic concerns to make sure that everything boxed in and not permanently not.
So we're looking at how we can reduce the amount of mechanical, possibly reduce override coming up into that area, which will allow us to reduce the bulkhead and possibly shift it more towards the rear of the building, and also probably reduce it in terms of width. But this is what we showed at the first half of the public meeting.
Right. But I would just encourage you to, continue to do that. The 20% is triggered only after you get above 75 feet. So on the penthouse floor where you have the setback, there's flexibility where it's not about the 20%. So you could, if you relocate it, so things, bringing the height lower and spreading it, but even if you can't capture all of it within that 20%, you have the option of relocating some of that to the penthouse floor because the 20% only is triggered once you go above the height limit. So, that's the other solution to it. Other questions? All right. If there are no other questions, then we can close the hearing and move to discussions. So, just about the garage building itself and its demolition, because that's part of the threshold to which after that one can start discussing the building. And actually, just before we move to discussion, I just want to also just enter into the record that the borough president did send us a letter, and she raised the concern about the scale of the building, and she has requested that they provide a modified design which reflects the scale and quality of the district. So those are her comments. Yeah.
So I have a question about the demolition. When we hear the comments that the commission made when they designated the district, it sounds pretty clear that this is something that was not intended to be protected. The question for me is whether we are bound by those, which is to say sensibilities change, our understanding of what is to be appreciated in the architecture of the neighborhood could change over time. Are we bound by our conclusion X number of years ago that building was that didn't contribute? I particularly have a concern about garages because I have a personal love for them, and although this one doesn't really stand out to me as particularly special. I do want to know whether we can develop our opinion.
Right, and Mark can add to this, but my understanding is that we're not bound by it by law, which is there's nothing that dictates that. It provides guidance to the commission as to what was the thinking of the commission at that time, what was the research department documenting, and I think it guides us, but I don't think we're limited by it. Is that correct?
That is correct. But I just want to emphasize that when the commission's research staff and the commission votes on a designation based on characteristics, it's a very serious decision. There's lots of expectations that are created by these things that I think the commission has historically felt very responsible and acted consistent with what it has written in the past, what prior commissions have written. I think because of that expectation and feeling that the district was designated for particular reasons, the designation report seems to imply that, and decisions about what does or doesn't contribute are very serious decisions. So it's true that you're not bound. There's nothing that says the commission can't revisit it, but it's something that is I'm not aware of when it's been done before. It should be done, obviously not lightly, with utmost seriousness and understanding that it does change what the district is. That sort of the intent of the district was at that time.
Right, and I think that sort of stands to reason because the commission's adopting it, it becomes sort of the formal document, and there is an expectation from members of the public by the future commissions that you can rely on that document. And if the document was constantly subject to change in the whims of different commissions, I think it would be problematic. So based on what Mark said, I think if there are departures from what has been put in the report, then there has to be a very clear finding for why there's that departure. So I think, in this case, John, you're still pondering over that, is that correct?
I have pondered that.
All right, so I think one of the things about this garage, and, leaving aside that, which I think personally that's very important to hear what the commission did say and how they talked about this garage in the context of both Jane Street and the context of garages in general. And if you read the report in its full, really the report about the village is about mostly its residential buildings and its wide variety of styles. And its row house districts, its apartment buildings. The garages clearly were not a part of that. And I think as we heard quoted was that expectation that garages may be demolished. However, having said that, I think that some of the analysis that they provided, which is that over time garages may be appreciated differently, and we're 40 years from now. But if you look at the map that they showed us and where we've seen the garages that have become sort of their own typology, it's really in the western part of the district. And I think this place, it remains an anomaly. So for me, I feel that the demolition of this building, which was not contributing at that time, still remains valid. And so, I don't know what other commissioners feel about that. Yes.
If I may, I may be the sole vote here as well. With regard to the new building, unlike the applicant's assertion, I find it very imposing, first of all, on this block. I find the use of cast stone, which I consider to be a substitute material, not almost demeaning to the other materials within the district. More fundamentally, though, going to John's statement, I find the demolition of the garage building to be extremely troubling, and in fact, I could not vote in favor of that. The way of thinking of we didn't even have preservationists really in this country in the 1960s. We didn't have any degrees in historic preservation. The way of thinking in the 1960s not only didn't include industrial buildings, it did in Europe, but not here, didn't even include slave cottages. I know that the Weeksville buildings, the African-American community in Bed-Stuy, was slated for demolition until a Columbia graduate stood on the line and said, listen, these buildings are important. So the way of thinking of historic preservation has changed so much in that period of time that, to me, to essentially to destroy this building destroys part of the flavor of what the village was designated for. It's not Innsbruck, it's not brutalist London, this is Greenwich Village. So I cannot, in good conscience, approve the demolition of the garage building. The other statement was made that Felton has another building on Perry Street that's another anomalous building of his. For me, the anomalous buildings are just as important in an architect's repertoire as the ones that he's famous for. And my fear is we allow this building to be demolished. The next thing that happens is the folks on Perry Street, someone buys the building on Perry Street and says, well, here's the precedent. You got to knock down the one on Jane Street, so why can't we knock this one down? And so fundamentally, I go all the way back to not being able to approve the demolition of the garage. Sorry.
Okay, other commissioners? Yes.
I think I'm with Meenakshi on this one. I think every district has a quality for me, and I think that those qualities, for me anyway, set my parameters in what I think is appropriate and not. I think what would be appropriate in one district might not be appropriate in another, and that's not only the architecture of what is proposed, but also the sensitivity to change and to anomaly. And I think that the garage here, I don't think that it's an exemplary example of the kind of garage buildings that I think we have protected in the past and that merit it. I think that it's a relative anomaly on this particular block, which is characterized as a relatively residential one, a fairly quiet one, a small scale one. So I personally don't think that the and I don't, to what John was saying, I don't personally feel that we should be bound by the initial comments in the designation reports, but we should consider them in light of when they were written and things like that. I mean, obviously, when this was written, there was a lot less written generally within designation reports about the individual buildings. If it was written today, then that would probably have been quite different. The Commission writes these reports with a lot greater individual detail to individual buildings nowadays than they did a while ago. And one of the things that I think, in terms of the trends about how we protect, I totally respect and agree with Michael's comments about how preservation has changed a lot since this designation. But I think one of the ways that I think the Commission has acted more recently is to say there are opportunities for change and that not everything is sacrosanct and frozen. And so the judgment has to be made, not is this building an example of a historical period that is of value, but is it a contributing one? Is it a significant one? And how do you balance that against the needs for change and the imperative for change, which is not something that we should be seeking to label automatically as evil. So I think that within that framework, I think that this building is well within the kind of buildings that we've approved in the past to be demolished, and I would be okay with its removal.
Others?
Have we actually approved the demolition of garages in the village in this particular, on this side of the village?
I know that we've allowed the demolition of like one-story structures. I don't know if they're missing the garages.
One example is a garage that we approved the demolition of for a new building designed by Annabelle Selberg on Greenwich Street or Washington Street? Washington Street. And there have been some gas station garage-type buildings on 7th Avenue South that the commission has approved demolition of.
Okay, are there other comments on the demo? Well, why don't we talk about the building itself and comments on the building? Scale?
Let me first say that I'm a big fan of this architect, and I really respect and admire his work. I think here, though, the building is not right for the site. I think that several things strike me as off. I first of all do not question in any way the notion that a contemporary building that's reflective of its time should be put in landmark districts and on this particular site. I don't think the building should be slavishly contained within the historical periods that are featured on the block. However, I think that the choice of material was a mistake. I think that if there is anything that unites the block, as Ward said, it's the use of masonry, bricks. I think that lends a scale and a unifying quality that the colors and paints and different styles of buildings play within. And I think that the choice to stand out as the only building on the block that does not use that one uniform thread was a needless move to distinguish the building in a way that makes it feel kind of imperious, like it's let's face it, it's a building that is going to be a very expensive building, and it kind of looks very expensive and looks kind of overdressed for the block. The second thing that I think was a mistake is the choice of the tradiated vocabulary for the expression of the facade. Whereas in other locations in the city, I think that choice is appropriate. I think on this block, where the overwhelming predominance is of a punched solid wall expression, I think the choice to suppress the mass of the facade, the fact that the soffits above the windows have been pushed back by a certain distance to express an even thinner structure than is there, only further accentuates the thin, kind of assembled, trabulated nature of the building that breaks it away from, again, one of the only unifying qualities of the block, which is a punched volumetric surface building. And I think that the choice of the window style, this kind of Chicago window with the asymmetrical side lights and the central panel, the block has a lot of double-hung windows. I think it's mostly double-hung windows, and not to even consider or play with or allude to that very consistent element in a very inconsistent block, I think you're needlessly pulling yourself away. So I think that, and the architect himself has done beautiful work in other locations using these materials. I think that this particular very small-scale, gentle location calls for a little bit softer approach that seeks to play better with its neighbors. I also think that the height, look, first world problems, if you need to have a place to display your art, I don't think that necessarily calls for us to determine that an unusually tall building is appropriate for its location. And I think that there are plenty of options here that the applicant could confined to accommodate their very large artwork in a lower building.
Okay, other comments? Yes, Diana?
I want to echo most of Michael's comments. I think the design itself is very attractive, but I felt uncomfortable with it in this context. And I appreciate the elements that Michael's identifying that I think are contributing to the sense that it doesn't truly fit well contextually in the block. And I also don't have any problem with modern buildings, obviously, in a new situation. I did want to say on the issue of precedent that I feel it's very important for each structure that we're looking at when we consider demolition to ask, is the character of the building truly contributing, and is it contributing in the context, so that this is not a precedent for any other garage in the village as far as I'm concerned, as we look at things. So, and I do have some concerns about the degree to which it's contributing. I would say that it, I believe that I'm willing to entertain the demolition, but I don't think that the current structure proposed is appropriate for the context. And I also agree with Michael about the height, that I think although there are a lot of tall buildings in back of this, that it has to, it's in a situation between smaller buildings that right now the garage is much lower than them, obviously. So if you're going to permit a structure, I think it needs to not have as much height.
Okay, Wellington?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I agree with a lot of the statements that have been made. I think that something just doesn't feel right in terms of, even though this is a very fine architect and has done a lot of great work elsewhere, somehow the height and the scale and the balcony and the thin corners on the top really just kind of, stood out for me. And I think what Michael Goldblum said is well put.
Okay, John, do you want to comment?
I think in the end, I guess I've said this before many times, I'm agreeing with both Michaels, which is to say, I think I'm having a real difficult time with approving the demolition, and so I'm there. I guess I don't need to say comment part 2, but even if we as a commission were to approve the demolition, I don't think this is the right building.
Okay. All right. I just want to add my comments about the scale of the building. I think the street wall height is fine, and even though it doesn't match adjacent buildings, but if you look at the block, on both sides of the block, you have variations in street wall heights, and I think this actually comfortably fits within that. I do think that the penthouse setback and its height are problematic, and I tried to really sort of give the arguments that were put forward about how to see the penthouse eclipsed with the buildings behind. And I don't think I'm persuaded that one can just assume that once it's set back 15 feet, it necessarily becomes a part of the streetscape of the taller buildings that are on interracial. So I think the recommendations of some of the commissioners made are just lowering that, and it can be easily done. I think it would go a long way along with the penthouse, so I think they should really look to lower that. In terms of the material itself, I think, I'm more willing to think of different material in the village that's not brick, and I think that even though, it's still sort of a masonry building. It's not, it has a certain heft to it and solidity. So I think, whether it's the tint is the right tint, it's, white may be too stark, but I would have been okay with the material itself. I think it's actually a very beautiful material where I've seen it, and I think that contemporary design, including materials, can actually fit in very well with historic districts. I think our historic districts have immense character that can in fact absorb some of this, and it won't detract from it. But I understand some of my commissioners would like them to restudy the material. In terms of just the window and the details of the fenestration, I think I would be more willing, again, not to go with maybe a literal punched opening. I think you can have contemporary fenestrations that don't have to go back to a style that is not about contemporary living. But I do believe that there's a very nuanced and I think, a design quality that perhaps is somewhat lacking here, where you can have a much more sort of rich and more detailed fenestration that doesn't become just about the flatness, which I think some people have commented about. So I would encourage them to think about that as well, in terms of giving, maybe something about bringing it more to the street line instead of everything. I think what you were commenting about was that what's expressed mostly is really just the structure, which is the columns and the ceilings and walls, ceilings and floors. So, and there's things that happen in between that actually could be detailed out better. So, we won't act on this today, but I think, they can come back. I think we may have other commissioners who can comment about
north side elevations onto this, but you can see again, first of all, an enormous variation in heights. It's not a domestic scale. It's something that moves away from some of the more domestic scale buildings into a much larger scale. So we are really in a different street than some of the surroundings. And here you can see that. You can see how present the larger scale buildings are in relation to the garage building, and just flipping backwards and forth. We would argue that this somehow holds the street together better. It consolidates the street. It's not imposing. It does not change the scale of the street. And we would also argue that the setback of 15 feet puts this volume back into the landscape that we get. Looking from the other way again, you can see the variation of height. It's not a domestic street in conventional. It's a charming street. It's a very beautiful street, but it has a lot of variation in it. And again, we would argue that this parapet height is really not disturbing for the consistency and continuity of the street itself. We would also argue that the openings, the fenestration, are consistent with this idea of the character of the existing street. It shows you that configuration. Here's the parapet line, and here's the penthouse, 15-foot setback, and here's the bulkhead. I'm more than aware that, of course, we are trying to establish there's a difference in terms of the volume that's on the street to the volume that's set back. And that argument is, I think, established also by the visibility of setback and how important the cornice and the parapet are in establishing a scale which is related to the street. We've also seen here the new yard garden at the back of the building, so at the moment the building goes all the way out to here. And this is the rear elevation, and these are just images of site to just show the lack of consistency that there is with the issue of openings, and Ward's already talked to this, that we are in a street somehow sitting between the residential and the sort of loft-like structures around the site with more rigorous geometry. And just to show the idea of the balance between solid and void, we're trying to find slightly more generous window fenestration, which is more consistent to more contemporary apartment planning, but at the same time maintain this balance of a sort of rigorous window fenestration, being very restrained and quite simple, trying to find an architecture which is not flamboyant and sits comfortably within the street. We considered very carefully how the building is made and its materiality. There were comments last time about the color, and of course that is something that could be considered in the development law about exactly the nature, the texture, and the color of these. We're proposing precast stone concrete, which is slightly sandblasted to make it strong material, and these images again show how the building sits. Okay, now there's a few other images just to show other reference projects where we've used similar type of architecture and fenestration and materiality. This is in Kensington, London, sitting historic building next to new. In Innsbruck, in Austria, a new building set within the historic. Just a summary of the material itself, the idea of taking concrete with a strong aggregate, a rich aggregate, sandblasting and creating sort of stone-like appearance. And this balance between the sort of calmness of the building, slightly loft-like atmosphere, generosity of the windows, and the strong materiality of the building, the importance of the openings on the street, creating openings and life on the street. So this base gives certain privacy to these lower apartments. The New York device of having a slightly raised ground floor is always very intelligent, but in this, for ADA reasons, we can't do that in here. So we're trying to create another solution to bring residential to the ground floor by making a taller ground floor, making a privacy wall here, and large, very generous windows to the two units, and then creating a common entrance to the apartments. And again, instead of putting the garage as the garage entrance as a sort of service element, we've integrated that as part of the formal way of entering the building. So it's not something dividing the building from its neighbor. And there you get the building sitting on the street. Just repeating the same thing we heard about the parapet. The nature of the surrounding buildings being sort of fairly normal and fairly repetitious, and a mixture between the domestic and the sort of semi-industrial.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Chipperfield? Yes, Michael?
Explain to us a little bit about what's going on in the bulkhead.
A lot of chemical stuff.
The section shows a very, very large board.
Page 9.
I'm just going to get a second.
Yeah, we have a plan on our package today. But maybe right.
So this is a section cable through the staircase. So you see that's the stair getting up to the bulkhead. That's the setback of the penthouse, and so the bulkhead is sitting from there to there.
And what's in that very large empty void above the stair?
My name is Jason Chafe, and I work in West Top Equities. The bulkhead has a footprint that's 20% of the lot, which is a code requirement for the new buildings. So the 20%, we're required to have certain mechanical equipment on the roof, and because of the amount of equipment, we had to stack it in 2 levels. So the lower portion of the bulkhead has a makeup air unit, which feeds fresh air into the apartments. The upper level has an emergency generator, which has life safety equipment, and has all the condensers for the air conditioning and heating units for the apartments.
And it's not possible to spread that out onto the back of the building or left or right, make it wider and lower?
We've actually been investigating how to reconfigure the footprint so that we know that at an oblique angle you can catch just a tip of the bulkhead from farther west on Main Street. So we've been looking at lowering the overall bulkhead enclosure and changing the geometry so that it's not visible at all from the street. I think we're pretty close to achieving that.
I get a second question for that is that you do seem to have a rear terrace on the bulkhead. Is that, can you use that space, that back roof there to kind of push some of your stuff further away? So it's not so.
That's exactly what we're doing. We're actually expanding the bulkhead slightly to the north, and so what that does is bring in the sides, and at the front is pushed back slightly. Then we're also able to lower the bulkhead. We're investigating.
Last question on the height topic.
Yes.
Your first floor is 12.6.
Yes.
When the other door is 10.2.
Because in order to get residential units, as I said before, the typical New York solution to residential on the street is you go up 4 or 5 steps. You get the privacy by being above the street. Right? It's difficult to do that with conforming to ADA. So what we try to do is the residential at ground level. That means that we're trying to get, this is about 5 feet, 4 6. So that this living room is on the street, but no one is going straight into the making side. So it's a device. So just explain that if we kept a lower ceiling like here, then that's a different window. Because, well, you just get a very neat window.
You get a squash window. So it's an aesthetic consideration, not a crack, not about the composition of the first floor.
If you think aesthetic is also about the quality of the space and what, it's a composition competition. So it's trying to say that in order to create an architectural composition of this building where we're trying to create some sort of setting, right? And I think we're very concerned that we don't lose domestic life on the street. So we created that by having the main entrance here and here with a sort of gate. So you get a bit of distance, but it's still it's a domestic floor. And by creating this is the main part. But these 2 windows are like studio windows to Beijing, to the first one. They're inside first one instead of the living room window to the street and the living room. So
Thanks. And just to clarify on your question on the roof, my understanding is currently for the new building, zoning requires us to keep the mechanical within that 20%, so we couldn't spread everything out over the roof.
But we also have acoustic concerns to make sure that everything boxed in and not regulating laws.
So we have been looking at how we can reduce the amount of mechanical, possibly reduce override coming out of the area, which will allow us to reduce the bulkhead and possibly shift it more towards the rear of the building, and also probably reduce it in terms of width. But this
encourage you to, continue to do that. The 20% is triggered only after you get above 75 feet. So on the penthouse floor where you have the setback, there's flexibility where it's not about the 20%. So you could, if you relocate it, so things, bringing the height lower and spreading it, but even if you can't capture all of it within that 20%, you have the option of relocating some of that to the penthouse floor, because the 20% only is triggered once you go above the height limit. So, that's the other solution to it. Other questions? All right, if there are no other questions, then we can close the hearing and move to discussions. So, it's about the garage building itself and its demolition, because that's part of the threshold to which after that one can start discussing the building. And actually, just before we move to discussion, I just want to also just enter into the record that the borough president did send us a letter, and she raised the concern about the scale of the building, and she's requested that they provide a modified design which reflects the scale and quality of the district. So those are her comments, yeah.
So I have a question about the demolition. And when we hear the comments that the commission made when they designated the district, it sounds pretty clear that this is something that was not intended to be protected. The question for me is whether we are bound by those, which is to say, sensibilities change, our understanding of what is to be appreciated in the architecture of the neighborhood could change over time. Are we bound by, our conclusion X number of years ago that building was, that didn't contribute? I particularly have a concern about garages because I have a personal love for them, and although this one doesn't really stand out to me as particularly special, I do want to know whether we can develop our opinion.
Right, and Mark can add to this, but my understanding is that we're not bound by it by law, which is there's nothing that dictates that. It provides guidance to the commission as to what was the thinking of the commission at that time, what was the research department documenting, and I think it guides us, but I don't think we're limited by it. Is that correct?
That is correct. But I just want to emphasize that when the commission's research staff and the commission votes on a designation based on characteristics, it's a very serious decision. There's lots of expectations that are created by these things that I think the commission has historically felt very responsible and acted consistent with what it has written in the past, what prior commissions have written. I think because of that expectation and feeling that the district was designated for particular reasons, the designation report seems to imply that, and decisions about what does or doesn't contribute are very serious decisions. So it's true that you're not bound. There's nothing that says the commission can't revisit it, but it's something that is, I'm not aware of when it's been done before, and it should be done, obviously not lightly, with utmost seriousness and understanding that it does change what the district is. That sort of the intent of the district was at that time.
Right, and I think that sort of stands to reason, because if the commission's adopting it, it becomes sort of the formal document, and there is an expectation from members of the public by the future commissions that you can rely on that document. And if the document was constantly subject to change in the whims of different commissions, I think it would be problematic. So based on what Mark said, I think if there are departures from what has been put in the report, then there has to be a very clear finding for why there's that departure. So I think, in this case, John, you're still pondering over that, is that correct?
I have pondered that.
All right, so I think one of the things about this garage, and, leaving aside that, which I think personally that's very important to hear what the commission did say and how they talked about this garage in the context of both Jane Street and the context of garages in general. And if you read the report in its full, really the report about the village is about mostly its residential buildings and its wide variety of styles. And its row house districts, its apartment buildings. The garages clearly were not a part of that. And I think as we heard quoted was that expectation that garages may be demolished. However, having said that, I think that some of the analysis that they provided, which is that over time garages may be appreciated differently, and we're 40 years from now. But if you look at the map that they showed us and where we've seen the garages that have become sort of their own typology, it's really in the western part of the district. And I think this place, it remains an anomaly. So for me, I feel that the demolition of this building, which was not contributing at that time, still remains valid. And so, I don't know what other commissioners feel about that. Yes.
If I may, I may be so vote here as well. With regard to the new building, unlike the applicant's assertion, I find it very imposing, first of all, on this block. I find the use of cast stone, which I consider to be a substitute material, not almost demeaning to the other materials within the district. More fundamentally, though, going to John's statement, I find the demolition of the garage building to be extremely troubling, and in fact, I could not vote in favor of that. The way of thinking of we didn't even have preservationists really in this country in the 1960s. We didn't have any degrees in historic preservation. The way of thinking in the 1960s not only didn't include industrial buildings, it did in Europe, but not here, didn't even include slave cottages. I know that the Weeksville buildings, the African-American community in Bed-Stuy, was slated for demolition until a Columbia graduate stood on the line and said, listen, these buildings are important. So the way of thinking of historic preservation has changed so much in that period of time that to me, to essentially to destroy this building destroys part of the flavor of what the village was designated for. It's not Innsbruck, it's not brutalist London, this is Greenwich Village. So I cannot, in good conscience, approve the demolition of the garage building. The other statement was made that Felton has another building on Perry Street that's another anomalous building of his. For me, the anomalous buildings are just as important in an architect's repertoire as the ones that he's famous for. And my fear is we allow this building to be demolished. The next thing that happens is the folks on Perry Street, someone buys the building on Perry Street and says, well, here's the precedent. You got to knock down the one on Jane Street, so why can't we knock this one down? And so fundamentally, I go all the way back to not being able to approve the demolition of the garage. Sorry.
Okay, other commissioners? Yes.
I think I'm with Meenakshi on this one. I think every district has a quality for me, and I think that those qualities, for me anyway, set my parameters in what I think is appropriate and not. I think what would be appropriate in one district might not be appropriate in another, and that's not only the architecture of what is proposed, but also the sensitivity to change and to anomaly. And I think that the garage here I don't think that it's an exemplary example of the kind of garage buildings that I think we have protected in the past and that merit it. I think that it's a relative anomaly on this particular block, which is characterized as a relatively residential one, a fairly quiet one, a small scale one. So I personally don't think that the and I don't, to what John was saying, I don't personally feel that we should be bound by the initial comments in the designation reports, but we should consider them in light of when they were written and things like that. I mean, obviously, back when this was written, there was a lot less written generally within designation reports about the individual buildings. If it was written today, there might have probably been quite different. The Commission writes these reports with a lot greater individual detail to individual buildings nowadays than they did a while ago. And one of the things that I think, in terms of the trends about how we protect, I totally respect and agree with Michael's comments about how preservation has changed a lot since this designation. But I think one of the ways that I think the Commission has acted more recently is to say there are opportunities for change and that not everything is sacrosanct and frozen. And so the judgment has to be made, not is this building an example of a historical period that is of value, but is it a contributing one? Is it a significant one? And how do you balance that against the needs for change and the imperative for change, which is not something that we should be seeking to label automatically as evil. So I think that within that framework, I think that this building is well within the kind of buildings that we've approved in the past to be demolished, and I would be okay with its removal.
Bruce?
Have we actually approved the demolition of garages in the village in this particular, on this side of the village?
I know that we've allowed the demolition of like one-story structures. I don't know if they're necessarily garages.
One example is a garage that we approved the demolition of for a new building designed by Annabelle Selberg on Greenwich Street or Washington Street? Washington Street. And there have been some gas station garage-type buildings on 7th Avenue South that the Commission has approved demolition of.
Okay, are there other comments on the demo? Well, why don't we talk about the building itself and comments on the building? Scale?
Let me first say that I'm a big fan of this architect, and I really respect and admire his work. I think here, though, the building is not right for the site. I think that several things strike me as off. I first of all do not question in any way the notion that a contemporary building that's reflective of its time should be put in landmark districts and on this particular site. I don't think the building should be slavishly contained within the historical periods that are featured on the block. However, I think that the choice of material was a mistake. I think that if there is anything that unites the block, as Ward said, it's the use of masonry, bricks. I think that lends a scale and a unifying quality that the colors and paints and different styles of buildings play within. And I think that the choice to stand out as the only building on the block that does not use that one uniform thread was a needless move to distinguish the building in a way that makes it feel kind of imperious, like it's, let's face it, it's a building that is going to be a very expensive building, and it kind of looks very expensive and looks kind of overdressed for the block. The second thing that I think was a mistake is the choice of the tradiated vocabulary for the expression of the facade. Whereas in other locations in the city, I think that choice is appropriate. I think on this block, where the overwhelming predominance is of a punched solid wall expression, I think the choice to suppress the mass of the facade, the fact that the soffits above the windows have been pushed back by a certain distance to express an even thinner structure than is there, only further accentuates the thin, kind of assembled, tradiated nature of the building that breaks it away from, again, one of the only unifying qualities of the block, which is a punched volumetric surface building. And I think that the choice of the window style, this kind of Chicago window with the asymmetrical side lights and the central panel, the block has a lot of double-hung windows. I think it's mostly double-hung windows, and not to even consider or play with or allude to that very consistent element in a very inconsistent block, I think you're needlessly pulling yourself away. So I think that, and the architect himself has done beautiful work in other locations using these materials. I think that this particular very small-scale, gentle location calls for a little bit softer approach that seeks to play better with its neighbors. I also think that the height, look, first world problems, if you need to have a place to display your art, I don't think that necessarily calls for us to determine that an unusually tall building is appropriate for its location. And I think that there are plenty of options here that the applicant could find to accommodate the very large artwork in a lower building.
Okay, other comments? Yes, Diana.
Yeah, I want to echo most of Michael's comments. I think the design itself is very attractive, but I felt uncomfortable with it in this context. And I appreciate the elements that Michael's identifying that I think are contributing to the sense that it doesn't truly fit well contextually in the block. And I also don't have any problem with modern buildings, obviously, in a new situation. I did want to say on the issue of precedent that I feel it's very important for each structure that we're looking at when we consider demolition to ask, is the character of the building truly contributing, and is it contributing in the context, so that this is not a precedent for any other garage in the village as far as I'm concerned, as with other things. So, and I do have some concerns about the degree to which it's contributing. I would say that I believe that I'm willing to entertain the demolition, but I don't think that the current structure proposed is appropriate for the context. And I also agree with Michael about the height, that I think although there are a lot of tall buildings in back of this, that it has to, it's in a situation between smaller buildings that right now the garage is much lower than them, obviously. So if you're going to permit a structure, I think it needs to not have as much height.
Okay, Wellington?
Yeah, I think that I agree with a lot of the statements that were made. I think that something just doesn't feel right in terms of, even though this is a very fine architect and has done a lot of great work elsewhere. Somehow the height of the scale on the balcony and the thin corners on the top really just kind of, stood out for me, and I think what Michael Goldblum said is well put.
Okay, John, do you want to comment?
I think in the end, I guess I've said this before many times, I'm agreeing with both Michaels, which is to say, I think I'm having a real difficult time with approving the demolition, and so I'm there. I guess I don't need to put, say, comment part 2, but even if we as a commission were to approve the demolition, I don't think this is the right building.
Okay. All right. I just want to add my comments about the scale of the building. I think the street wall height is fine, and even though it doesn't match adjacent buildings, but if you look at the block, on both sides of the block, you have variations in street wall heights, and I think this actually comfortably fits within that. I do think that the penthouse setback and its height are problematic, and I tried to really sort of give the arguments that were put forward about how to see the penthouse eclipsed with the buildings behind. And I don't think I'm persuaded that one can just assume that once it's set back 15 feet, it necessarily becomes a part of the streetscape of the taller buildings that are on Horatio, interratio. So I think the recommendations of some of the commissioners made are just lowering that, and it can be easily done. I think it would go a long way along with the penthouse, so I think they should really look to lower that. In terms of the material itself, I think, I'm more willing to think of different material in the village that's not brick, and I think that even though, it's still sort of a masonry building, it's not, it has a certain heft to it and solidity, so I think, whether it's the tint is the right tint, it's, white may be too stark, but I would have been okay with the material itself. I think it's actually a very beautiful material where I've seen it, and I think that contemporary design, including materials, can actually fit in very well with historic districts. I think our historic districts have immense character that can in fact absorb some of this, and it won't detract from it. But I understand some of my commissioners would like them to restudy the material. In terms of just the window and the details of the fenestration, I think I would be more willing, again, not to go with maybe a literal punched opening. I think you can have contemporary fenestrations that don't have to go back to a style that is not about contemporary living. But I do believe that there's a very nuanced and I think, a design quality that perhaps is somewhat lacking here, where you can have a much more sort of rich and more detailed fenestration that doesn't become just about the flatness, which I think some people have commented about. So I would encourage them to think about that as well, in terms of giving maybe something about bringing it more to the street line instead of everything. I think what you were commenting about was that what's expressed mostly is really just the structure, which is the columns and the ceilings and walls, ceilings and floors. So, and there's things that happen in between that actually could be detailed out better. So, we won't act on this today, but I think, they can come back. I think we may have other commissioners who can comment about the garage building itself, and we could see some more details of the design as well.
If I may just add one point, I think your comment about the height, I think that one of the options, just from thinking out loud, is that you can pick up the mass, maybe starting back at a fourth level, and therefore you will appear less intimidating.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, the first item on the public hearing agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens. This is docket number 183620, 178-16 Murdoch Avenue, located within the Addisleigh Park Historic District. This is a colonial revival-style house designed by P. Ma and built in 1926. The application is to legalize the installation of a fence installed without landmarks preservation commission permits.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sakina Moore, Preservation Staff. 178-16 Murdoch Avenue is a colonial revival style house located between 178th Street and 178th Place in the Addisleigh Park Historic District. The application is to legalize the installation of a chain link fence with plastic privacy strips without a permit. The chain link fence was installed to the right of the house and measures 5 feet 10 inches in height. The fence projects 9 feet from the house and extends 22 feet and 5 inches to the easternmost property line. The fence is an extension of a previous fence. And, okay. The commission has not reviewed chain link fences in this historic district. 114-1178th Place is across the street, and the fence has been in existence since designation in 2011. In May 2014, the commission approved with modifications the legalization of the fence at 178-15 Murdoch Avenue. Both of the homes are located across the street from 178-16 Murdoch Avenue. The applicant would like to say a few words.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Margaret Cudjoe, and I live at the said address. I have been living at that address for the past 10 years, and in the Addisleigh Park neighborhood for the past 25 years. I am a registered nurse, and I have been at the same institution for the same 25 years in the intensive care unit. I deal with critically ill patients, death and dying at least 3 or 4 times weekly. On my days off, I want to relax and decondition my mind from the experiences I had to deal with during my previous store. My home is my sanctuary, and I should be able to sit in my backyard under a tree, read a book, or just relax in the summertime without peering eyes of people walking through the neighborhood. I cleared the shrubbery at the outside of the original fence due to the infestation of beetles and biting insects. My intent was not to take away from the visual privacy of the community, but only to provide privacy for my family and I. I replaced the shrubbery with more visible shrubbery, but it is taking time to grow. I met with District 12 and my community organization, who did not deem the fence to be an eyesore or an attraction from the historical nature of this community. Had I known this fence would pose such a problem, I would have consulted you prior to the modification process. I am a law-abiding citizen and always try to do the things that should be done. I always maintain my property in the manner that can add to the aesthetic of my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the owner? All right, any speakers on this item? Okay, there are no speakers. Community Board 12 waived the review of this application. If you don't have any questions, we can close the hearing. Yes, you have a question, Diana?
It was just a question for staff that the chain link fences are typical in this district.
In this zone.
It's wood and, different things, but...
Right, so I think originally, when the district was originally developed, there probably were not a lot of fences. However, today there are a number of fences on adjacent properties or properties on nearby streets. Some are chain link, some are wood, and some are stone, and some are brick. There's quite a variety.
That's what I just...
And this one is set back, almost 30 feet from the street line, whereas many of the grandfathered fences and walls are closer to the sidewalk.
Would we have approved a stockade fence?
To date, we've reviewed and approved fences twice in this district, and they have been solid wood materials. One was sort of a plywood kind of material, and one is more like a white picket material. So we've also approved a variety of materials.
Different things, yeah.
Okay, there are no questions. We can close the hearing. Well, I think this fence is fine, actually. I went to Addisleigh Park yesterday and drove around, and I think it's just exactly how Sarah sort of depicted it. It's, there are not a lot of fences, but there are some, and there's no pattern to these fences, which is they're not all of one kind. You get a mix, and some come closer to the street line, some are set back, some are further set back from this. If you go there and you see the fence, it's, I don't think it's detracting or distracting for that matter, and they actually have some very nice landscaping in front of it, and we can encourage them to put some more landscaping. But I think as it is, it's appropriate, and I can support it.
Can I ask a question? If more fences of this nature were to come before the commission, do you think this historic district could accept more?
I think...
It's an anomaly.
Well, I think that, this has been built, and so we're addressing it as is. But I think that there's some flexibility in looking at the fences almost on a case-by-case basis, just see where the house fits within its surrounding, what its immediate neighbors have. I think maybe we may find that in certain parts of the district, maybe there are no fences at all, and maybe then it's distracting. But I think where this is, given that just across the street there's a fence, and there are a few fences along this main Murdoch Avenue, I think that over here may be okay.
I think in some cases I've seen wood slats as opposed to green plastic strips put in this kind of fence too, which might be something for the future. I can go along with this if you've gone out there to see it and think it's acceptable. I can do that. But I'm just thinking about other fences of this type that might proliferate in this historic district and what they should be.
Yes.
I think this is, I agree with what you were saying about if they put some more planting in front, and the applicant said that she loves the shrubs and they do good things for her. I think that, frankly, if it were more massed, I think it would be totally fine, and that's an easy thing. I think, however, this is the perfect instance for a new district, relative new district, but it'd be great if we could have some staff rules on it so that homeowners could just do it as a matter of course. I'm sure it'll come back to us. It'd be nice if homeowners could just have a standard. That's the reason I asked about the stockade. I think that if there was some standard and predictability for them, because I mean the bigger issue here is not is that it's already done, as opposed to that there aren't alternatives that cost the same or less. Nothing costs the same or less.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's on this subject, so would we be seeing every fence that was around a patio or something in this district, if it's at all visible?
I think any visible fence would
In other words, is there no, staff cannot approve it? That's, because I know some people living in the district that may be doing that.
So currently, the staff can't really approve fences in districts, but that is part of the rule rewrite that we are engaged in. So there will be standards coming forward for fences in districts like this.
This is like really very setback also, so which is, I think.
Yeah, I'm sort of worried about applicability in my own borough, where it could truly get out of control very quickly.
But that's why it's commendable that the chair went out in the heat yesterday to look at the fence.
All right, are there other comments? We're okay with this then? John?
In the matter of docket number 18-3620, 17816 Murdoch Avenue in the Addisleigh Park Historic District, the application is to legalize the installation of a fence without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I note the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Addisleigh Park Historic District. Further note, the existing installation replaced a chain link fence without plastic privacy strips, which was set back behind the plane of the front facade. I recommend approval, noting that the fence replaced another chain link fence which existed at the time of designation, that the new fence matches the height of the old fence, although it is 8 feet closer closer to the street in front of the house, that fences enclosing rear and side yards are typical of single-family suburban-style developments, that the house is located at a corner lot without a backyard, therefore the enclosure of the side yard with a fence provides a certain amount of privacy of the yard not available to houses sited at the corner, and that other fences of a similar height and placement exist within the historic district.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
The next item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn. It's item number 2, docket number 18-0959, 332 Macon Street in the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, Block 1669, Lot 6, an Italianate-style row house built circa 1873. The application is to legalize the installation of entrance infill without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Russillo, Preservation staff. The application is to legalize doors, modern door installed without state permits. The homeowner, Bradley Stratton, is here to present and answer questions.
Good morning. My name is Brad Stratton. I'm a homeowner at 332 Macon. Thanks for your time. So this is the proposal that I submitted after consulting with Landmarks to legalize the alterations we made to our home in Bed-Stuy. Just briefly, we put in a new entryway to replace the previous one, which was kind of an eyesore. It was an eyesore. At the recommendation of the commission members that we spoke with, we were asked to remove the slopes in the fanlight window and to significantly darken the door to blend in better with the architecture. This is the door. This is obviously not the original door. This is the previous door when we first moved into the house. And it stayed like that for a long time. And we are glad that our neighbors did not run us off the block. We wanted to put in a door in more keeping with the house and the neighborhood. We asked some people at Studio Violet in Williamsburg to do that for us. It has a Victorian sort of style. It was also, it's a little bit wider than the original door was, I should say previous door, and allows significantly more light into the entryway. This is the way it looks today. We obviously preserve the carved wood entryway, which we're in the process of stripping and have about 10 layers of paint on it. This would be the elevation of the proposed legalization of this. We would remove the spokes in the fanlight, and this is just a Photoshop rendering of what that would look like with the spokes removed. And then, in addition to that, we would restain it, and in addition, the stain of the door will also, of course, do the same to the carvings on the side of the entryway. To be significantly darker, this is a sample that we received from the people that stained the door originally. The one on the left is what it is now. The one on the right is what we would suggest, although I should say that the color was not something that I received from the LPC. That's just something that we thought would be darker and perhaps appropriate. We're open to suggestions on color. This gives you an idea of the houses on either side of ours. This is the south side of the block between Lewis and Marcus Garden. That's our house at the bottom. And then those are the houses to our west. You can see by the address numbers. And these are the houses to our east. Just giving you an idea of what the doors are like around us.
And this is I made this presentation to Community Board 3 back in June, and this is their letter of approval. They felt that the proposal was appropriate. The only thing that they asked significantly about the proposal was that we would perhaps consider using a darker stain than the one that is in this proposal. And that is all.
Okay. Yes, any questions? Any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Community Board 3, as the applicant noted, voted to approve the legalization of the store subject to the removal of the fan light dividers, substantial darkening, the color stain or paint, and any additional LPC requirements. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Can close the hearing. Right, comments?
I just want to know whether the new color, the staff is okay with the new color, or it should be darker than that, or something?
I think they should work with the staff.
They're okay, and that sounds like applicant's okay with working with staff to figure out the color.
Yes.
I'm not sure why they have to remove the spokes and the fan light. It seems to me it's
I'm fine with the
a little bit of an unusual detail, but, fan lights have different things in districts.
If that were the case, my wife would be thrilled.
I think the door is fine with the fan lights. I don't know what the other commissioners feel. So it's okay, we can suggest that they work with our staff to find an appropriate darker color? Okay, great. Diana?
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness for Brooklyn, 180959, 332 Monon Street, Bedford-Stuyvesant, expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. Application is to legalize the installation of entrance infill without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Bedford-Stuyvesant expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the existing entrance infill replaced modern infill that detracted from the building and therefore did not eliminate any historic fabric. That the placement of the existing wood door and surrounding framing recessed from the carved masonry entrance surround is in keeping with the placement of the historic infill. And that although the building historically featured paired wooden glass doors, the existing door and skylights, sidelights, better recall the historic in terms of articulation and transparency than infill which was replaced. However, I find that the light stain finish is not consistent with finishes historically found on buildings of this age and style and draws undue attention to the entrance infill. Therefore, I recommend that the entrance infill be painted or stained with a darker finish of the color and finish to be determined working with the staff.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is an application for a binding report, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 187665. This is Broad Street, the street plan of New Amsterdam and Colonial New York. It's an individual landmark. This is a pattern of streets, the only remaining above-ground physical evidence of the Dutch presence in Manhattan. Its application is to construct 2 elevators and related street bed alterations.
Good morning, Commissioners, Agricultural Preservation staff, and I present you an application for Broad Street at the corner of Exchange Place, which is part of the street plan of New Amsterdam and Colonial New York individual landmark. The proposal is to construct 2 elevator bulkheads and related street bed alterations, which will include an extension of the sidewalk at 2 sections, cutting back the sidewalk in 1 section, and installation of new curbs, bars, and paving. Commissioners, please note that the design of the new features is part of a larger program approved by the Public Design Commission as part of the citywide standard for street furniture and is not under your review. Jackie Beautiful, the consultant of the project, will explain the application further to you.
morning, Commissioners. I have staff. Thank you for hearing our application this morning. My name is Jackie Kudigalan, the preservation consultant for this application. This application is for the installation of 2 accessible elevators in support of a future subway improvement FAR bonus application for 45 Broad Street. At this point, the project is in the early phases of the planning, in the early phases of the pre-certification process of the Department of City Planning. The elevators are proposed for Broad Street near Exchange Place, one on the west side of the street. We see at the southwest corner of Broad and Exchange, and one to the north at the northeast corner of Broad and Exchange. Associated with this work is also the alteration of an existing sidewalk bump out at the southeast corner of Broad and Exchange. The J and Z subway lines terminate at this intersection, Broad and Exchange. The proposed elevators would bring accessibility to where the line terminates. Currently, the nearest elevators for this line are 6 blocks away at Fulton Street. Because of the costs involved and MTA's budget constraints and the lack of other development opportunities nearby, it's unlikely that these elevators would ever be installed if not for the new building going up at 45 Broad Street. The reason this application is being presented today is that Broad Street and Exchange Place are designated as part of the street plan of New Amsterdam and Colonial New York individual landmark. This is a unique designation by which LPC recognized the original street plan of Lower Manhattan. As the designation report states, the street plan is the last above-ground physical evidence in Manhattan of the Dutch presence in New York during the 17th century, as well as an untouched reminder of the city's colonial past. By this designation, LPC has jurisdiction over the roadbed of the street plan from curb to curb. So as is well known, the settlement of New Amsterdam by the Dutch in the 17th century was in Lower Manhattan below Wall Street. At this time, what became Broad Street was a natural inlet, which the Dutch turned into a proper canal in order to transport people and goods up from the harbor. The colorized version of this historic map, which you see here, commonly known as the Costello Plan, which was originally drawn in 1660, shows this canal nicely. So where you see the... How do I do it? Oh, here it is. So this is the canal that is now Broad Street. At the time, the canal was called the Herengracht. Egbert told me that, or otherwise known as the Gentleman's Canal. After the British took over the colony in 1664, the canal became a waste dump and was eventually filled in 1676, leaving behind a much wider street than you find in other parts of Lower Manhattan. Other historical images here, you see a depiction of what the canal would have looked like during that colonial period for the Dutch. Here are some historic images of Broad Street taken in 1903 and 1906, as well as a map from 1874 showing the waterways and topography of Lower Manhattan overlaid with the street plan. This is an image of Broad Street and Exchange Place, circa 1910. And here we are at roughly the same location today. After the September 11th terrorist attacks, the city closed this area to vehicular traffic in order to protect the New York Stock Exchange. This inadvertently created a pedestrian plaza, and the city wanted to enhance the streetscape by, while at the same time preventing cars from coming where they were not welcome anymore. And so in 2004, LPC approved a master plan designed by Rogers Marble Architects that replaced asphalt with Belgian block pavers, as well as other street security measures, such as narrow faceted bollards, concrete benches, bronze angular boulders. In this photo, you can see the existing Belgian block pavers, granite curbs, and concrete benches that sit within the roadbed. So here's some existing conditions, which are, of course, they're in place because of that master plan. Although the paving of Broad Street was approved under the master plan, and so it is not historic, it is meant to recall the historic condition of the canal, the Herengracht. The dark gray pavers indicate the water of the canal, and the reddish brown pavers are the sandy shore. The granite bands that separate the two shades of pavers are inscribed with important historical dates. Notice also the thin metal bollards at the standpipes on Broad Street. So here you have some of those bollards. This is review of one of the locations. You can see how the pavers change colors, the gray and the reddish brown. More existing conditions of areas nearby. This is further down Broad Street. There's the other types of street furniture that I mentioned, such as these bronze boulders, concrete benches, and existing bollards nearby. And with that, I'd like to introduce the architect, Natalie Blanco of Urban Architects, to further discuss the proposal.
Thank you. As Jackie mentioned, there will be two elevators located in Broad Street, one on the northeast side of Broadway Exchange and one on the southwest side of Broadway Exchange. We work very closely with New York City Transit in terms of developing the optimal location for the elevators. This was actually driven by two constraints. At a street level, the buildings on both sides of the street are served by two separate sewers that are 42 inches and 36 inches that run parallel to the subway structure. And at the platform levels, the elevators were located so as to facilitate entry and egress from the two side platforms, with the southbound platform being a discharge platform and the northbound platform being an entry platform. This is a little bit of a close-up of the station entry, the station level. So again, you can see the elevators. If you were to come in the elevator from the street, you come down, you come into the big area, you come through, and in this condition, you come through the control area, and the elevators to go out. There will be some modifications to the fairway in order to accommodate this. Again, the scheme has been approved by New York City Transit. At the street level, the position of the elevators and the sewer really restrict our ability to keep the elevators outside the historic street bed. DOT requires a 10-foot clearance against buildings, so the elevators are pushed into the street bed, and in order to accommodate that, we are extending the curbs in order to get around that and proposing to reuse existing Belgian blocks and the same materials, which I'll show you in a minute, in the area in which we bump out into the street bed so that we maintain the concrete curb alignment in the historic pattern. In order to allow for a fire truck, DOT insisted on a 24-foot clearance between curbs, so we've had to pull this existing all that back in order to accommodate that. These are, again, the materials which are existing and using, so the intention would be remove, salvage, reinstall, and replace any missing elements or components with new match. We will be matching existing bollards and curbs. The elevator kiosk is in PEC approved standard New York City Transit elevator bulkhead, which we can use location. This is a kind of a representation of the curb extensions we're discussing. This is the south-west corner, this is the northeast corner, and this is the pullback where we will be pulling back the existing curb extension. This is a rendering of what the standard elevator kiosk would look like in this location, and this is the other side of the street. Questions, comments?
Any questions? Yes, Fred?
The design of the elevator override is a standard design.
That's correct.
It's been approved, so there's no special design because of this very special location. Okay.
Yes.
Just to be clear about what you're reviewing today, the design of the elevator kiosk has been approved by the Federal Design Commission. So we don't have jurisdiction over the design, it's a citywide design. So what you're looking at is, it's
the street plan, shows the bulb outs and bulb ins. There you go. Is there a reason why the bottom left corner has a bulb out that, why cut it back to 6 and not more?
We cut it back to the minimum required for the 24-foot clearance for the fire truck that was requested by DOT. We don't have an objection to taking it back more if that makes more sense from the street bed perspective, but we were trying to, do minimum of that.
Do you know if there was a reason for the bulb out in the first place that had to do with security or something else? I mean, what was it there for in the first place?
I don't know how they disappointed out there.
Well, the commission has approved some alterations in the past, and we believe that these bulb outs or some version of them was previously approved. We've requested the files which are on off-site storage, but from our records, it appears we've approved some bulb outs.
Okay, any other questions? Are there speakers on the side here? No speakers. Community Board 1, recommends denial of any application to install any 13-foot tall structure within the street plan of New Amsterdam and Colonial, New York. All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
Well, I think the plan makes sense. It serves the subways and the people it needs to serve appropriately. I don't generically have a problem with the 13-foot structure. I think it's a shame that we can't actually adjust the design of the structure, but I understand that's not before us.
Right.
That's the bad part. I mean, you're almost inclined to say, no, don't do it just because it's so
Well, I think we're
out of place. But
better than that, to say no.
But, that said, it is what it is. So without putting my arm around the design, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Other comments?
I would just say, having just conducted an ADA 26th anniversary street event on Monon Street on Sunday, which was scorching hot, I can understand the need for the elevator, but John's point is well taken. And that typically, whether it's on Canal Street or it's in Flushing Main Street, the maintenance and the type of design requires a lot of tender loving care. Otherwise, it becomes an issue for the general experience. So I think, but that's not before us. I think that the Michael's the bulb out is interesting. Rather than in front of the elevator, it's being bulb out on the sidewalk.
Being reduced. It's already bulbed out.
So, I mean...
And my comment on that is that I would just ask the staff to look at the original configuration of Broad Street and the original historical roadbed. And if our bailiwick is the roadbed, then if they are going to the trouble of modifying the curve anyway, I doubt that was the original roadbed or configuration. And this whole area has a kind of pedestrian mall feel to it that I think is kind of unfortunate. And I think that if you could restore the historical quality to that profile of the road, and the applicant's clearly okay with that, I think that would be a very good thing.
Bring the bump out on the south side?
Right, you've got a 4-foot bump out here, an 18-foot bump out there, a 12-foot bump out there, everybody's kind of...
Well, one thing I would say is that, one thing about New York is that it is an incredibly layered city infrastructurally as well as jurisdictionally. And there's many agencies in play over here, including the TA, Department of Transportation, and us. So I think that, we can ask them to explore it, but that's something that also will be looked at from...
Absolutely, and that's why I asked the question of, is it a security thing? Do I do a pinch down for
was some, anti-terrorism thing? What was going on there? The applicant didn't know. Maybe there is something kind of, buried in the records about why that all about is there. But if there isn't, if it just happened, I think that it could happen in a different way that was maybe a little more responsive to the historic nature of the road, but working with staff, no biggie.
Okay. Other comments? Yeah.
I think this is just an incredibly fascinating little history, which I'm embarrassed to say I didn't fully know. I'm further embarrassed to say that it's about a block from my office, and I often walk out there lunchtime, and I never have fully understood what all that stuff was trying to tell me. So I don't know if that's me or maybe the message is still not powerful enough. I think these two new infrastructure items will decrease further our ability to understand this very interesting layered history, but I don't think we have any options. We're certainly not going to try to stop having access to the subways below it, and I just think it's a little bit too bad that this fabulous history that is being attempted to be able to be explained to common man walking around is going to be further lost, but it can't be at the expense of access to the subways, so there it is.
Maybe someday they can put a map on the sidewalk.
This map, maybe everyone should be handed out. It's a fantastic map. I'm taking it home.
Me too. We're all taking it.
Can I ask a question about this kind of process? When this kind of thing comes up, does PDC interact with LPC about the design of the streetscape? Or is that just like...
Yeah. So generally, when PDC is reviewing citywide installations like bus shelters, these things, they sort of develop an advisory design committee to review it during the process before it gets to a hearing. So we are often asked to participate in those advisory committees. It's staff participating. There's no real installation proposed at any time because it's just sort of a design that's being developed. So we do participate, and we try to convey what we think our commission's concerns would be, but it is definitely a process that comes before anything is designed and then anything is ever installed in a historic district.
Is there a precedent with these kind of citywide contracts for specialization or tailoring things within districts?
We have asked for that sometimes. I mean, we are on an advisory committee, but we do sometimes ask for that, and I think for certain types of installations, particularly working with DOT, I think we've had more success trying to develop a version for historic districts.
Thanks. It's an important question because this is going to happen. This is what it is. It's going to happen over and over and over.
And has in the past as well. Yes, want to add anything?
I just wanted to remind the commissioners that previous to 1997, the commission had no binding jurisdiction whatsoever on this sort of stuff. It was always just advisory, and through this modification of jurisdiction, we do have binding jurisdiction now over most installations that are specific to historic districts or individual landmarks, and it's just these citywide, proposals where the Art Commission really has the primary jurisdiction of deciding what these citywide structures will look like. And I think also, just to follow up on what Sarah said, historically we found it difficult. Our districts are so varied. The idea of the yield historic district model that would be used in every district, just didn't seem to really work, and consistently the commission has approved, felt like historic districts really should have the same kinds of, the streetscape issues should be uniform throughout the city. So.
Yes, I just want to add that, there's a lot of somehow doom and gloom at this table on this particular project, and I think that leaving out, aside the kiosk design, I think that the original road bed of the Belgian block remains, so that's still legible, even though you have this bump out before. The bump out, the bulb out that took place before was already approved by the commission. So, and I think, just as a city project, it's good to include ADA accessibility to subways. Some of these bulb outs are required because it's heavily pedestrianized as well. So that's just my comment that I hope the commission doesn't feel that they have to vote in support this with such a heavy heart. But there's some good things here as well.
I don't think it's a heavy heart. I think it's progress. We're lucky to be able to weigh into these things at all, and I think that progress marches forward, and we're all educated on these things, and I think that if there's a way to do it better, it's great that the city's trying to do that, and I'm sure that we can make it even better. But it's an interesting question, I think.
Yes.
It's a hard question. What do you do with these difficult things? On the other hand, they're hiring an architect for this job. He's designing this job. So I think there are some possibilities for customization or modifications within a historic district that, especially if there is precedent for it, that might be worth thinking about.
Okay, should we move to decision? I think it's Michael, it's you. And you can add that if they want to continue to work with stuff, if that change can be made.
Okay. Regarding Broad Street, the street plan of New Amsterdam and Colonial New York individual landmark, the application is to construct 2 elevators and related street bed alterations. I note that the design of the elevator bulkhead was approved by the Public Design Commission as part of a citywide standard for street furniture. So I recommend a positive report be issued, finding that the proposed work will provide barrier-free access to the Broad Street subway station, that the installation of elevator bulkheads and alteration to the sidewalk curbs will not significantly alter the character of the street bed or otherwise permanently affect the street pattern, which is a significant feature of this individual designation. That while altering the street bed along Broad Street will affect the historic width of the street beds in a limited area, the location and appearance of the streets and their boundaries will be clearly marked by maintaining curbed lines and existing pavement materials, that the proposed Belgian block salvage granite curbs and steel bollards will match the existing pavement curbs and bollards in the streetscape and therefore not call undue attention to the work. That all of these alterations are reversible and the street beds could be restored should the opportunity ever arise, and the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the street plan of the Amsterdam and Colonial New York individual landmark, and the applicant will, the staff will consult with the applicant regarding the possibility of modifying the curb on the southeast corner of the area in consideration to see if it's possible to restore the curb to something more closely following historic precedent.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Applications. A positive report. We will issue a positive report.
The next item is number 4, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 18-7174, 405 Broadway, the Tribeca East Historic District, block 194, lot 7505. The store and loft building built in 1853 to 1854 and altered it to the designs of Clarence L. Seifert in 1908. The application is to renew a master plan approved under Certificate of Appropriateness 14-0147 for the future installation of painted wall signs.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Mishibara, Conservation Staff. The application before you is 405 Broadway, which is located in the Tribeca East Historic District. The application is to renew a master plan for the installation of painted wall sign on the secondary elevation for a time period of 10 years. So I'm going to go through all of the installations that have been done, and that was a requirement of the official plan as part of the previous approval. And the Commissioners should know that we have approved painted wall sign master plans at 7 other buildings.
have any questions? There's no questions. Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 1 recommends approval. If we have no questions, we can close the hearing. Right, comments?
I just want to know whether staff is happy with the level of compliance, the technical level of compliance over the course of those 3 years.
I just want to ask a question, which is, the standards for these painted wall signs was crafted, I guess, before I came on board, and it gives actually a lot of flexibility to the kind of signs. What are we trying to not allow? I'm just curious, like what...
Photorealistic stuff was the big topic at the time. And
do they have to be
wanted a certain amount of solid area versus active area, So the examples that were shown of like the no examples were like superhero movies with 3D, full bleed images taken right out of magazines or, advertisements. And the idea was to make them graphic in quality, where you were using less photorealistic things, and you kind of, by controlling the amount of colors, the amount of developed area versus solid area, the thought was that you can make it more graphic and flat, I guess, and less poppy and mod, to use imprecise terms.
All right, so they're asking, so I think staff said they're happy with the way the master plan has played out, and it seems community board supports it as well. Do we have any concerns in renewing the master plan? Okay, and I think we have recently been allowing 10 years, especially when they've come back and they've shown us how it functions, so recommend that we include that as well. Michael?
405 Broadway, the Tribeca East Historic District, an application to renew a master plan approved under C of A 140147 for the installation of future painted wall signs. I recommend approval, finding that the commission previously found that a painted wall sign at this location was appropriate and approved a 3-year master plan. The installation of signs pursuant to the master plan demonstrated that the signs would not detract from the building or streetscape, and therefore extending the master plan for another 10 years will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the district. The historic precedent exists for painted signage on this wall, as evidenced by the ghost of painted wall signs. With the proposed sign size, location, and a secondary facade and painted application will be in keeping with painted wall signs historically found on buildings of this type in the district, and with commercial character of the building and the historic district. That the sign will be located on an undeveloped secondary elevation, will be put back from the front edge of the building, will not detract from the architectural and historic character of this store and loft-style building. That each painted wall sign will have a painted black and white border that will delineate the sign and distinguish it from the facade, and the proposed parameters on the size and limited color palettes will result in a graphic quality that will be in keeping with the character of the historic painted wall signs.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Next is item number 5, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 18-7321, 59 Bleecker Street, also known as 340 to 346 Lafayette Street in the NoHo Historic District, block 529, lot 69, and this is an Art Deco style store and service station designed by F.H. Klee and built in 1929 and modified in circa 1980. The application is to demolish a portion of the building, construct a new building, install storefront infill, signage, and rooftop mechanical equipment.
I just want to introduce Leanne Pollock. This is her first public hearing item as a member of our staff.
Morning, Commissioners. Leanne Pollock, Preservation Staff. This item is 59 Bleecker Street, which is located on the northwest corner of Bleecker Street and Lafayette Street in the NoHo Historic District. The site originally featured 3 19th century houses that were converted to commercial use and then replaced with a store and service station in 1929. A portion of the service station was replaced with a full lot, one-story warehouse own the 1980 warehouse, construct a new building that preserves the historic portion of the building along Bleecker Street, and to install storefront infill, signage, and rooftop mechanical equipment. Architect Jack Mayer is here to elaborate and to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce the owner who is here with us today, Linda Chilton, who happens to also own the little Sullivan building.
Oh, it's a beautiful building.
And Paul Demos, who will be working with me on this, and who will bring you the historic context and background to the site and to the genesis of our cultural way we do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Caitlin McHale from Meyer River Bell. Very quickly, we'll take you through the history of the site, which we see here at the corner of Lafayette and Bleecker Street. It's right at the intersection of three of our Novo historic districts. It's a one-story building. This portion is the only remaining historic fabric of the building. This is a 1980s addition that we're proposing to replace. The district is zoned N15B. It's a light manufacturing district. The proposed retail use is compliant with that zoning. The Lafayette Street, historically Elm Street, was created in 1899, extending from Lafayette Street down south through Soho. And really the context of this area was formed at that time when this large swath was taken out of existing fabric. So these are the three 19th century buildings that survived this infrastructure change to the city. And we can see them here in this photograph from 1929. Also, the subway was constructed underneath the road, so that brought a lot more change here. Here we have the lovely Barry Convict building, and seeing the buildings that existed on the corner here pre-1931. Here we have a first view in 1934 of the existing building, which was a one-story building, which we see here in the tax photograph was a combination of a liquor store and a gas station. Great one-stop shopping.
Yes,
Which you see here in the survey drawing from 1931. Changed the streetscape considerably in this very sort of variegated streetscape area with a break in the street wall and added to sort of a variation in heights and expressions along this busy street. So here are images mostly from the 1930s showing the building in its context. As was mentioned, the existing storefront infill is not original. It was changed in the 1980s along with the construction of the warehouse building to the north. So our existing conditions, probably know this site well. Here's the iron cottage building, the existing hardware store, and then the warehouse on Lafayette Street. What remains really of the historic building is the decorative terracotta trees at the parapet. Everything below is not historic infill. And here we have the existing building. This has changed over time and dates to 1980. Now, Meyer will present the design plans.
So we have a very simple proposal. I'm quite happy with the idea of our one-story retail building in this location. And our proposal really is to simply extend this relatively intact terracotta is not original. And of course, the entire extension of this facade on the street wall is new. So by simply taking the rhythm of the articulated vertical parabolic pieces, of which there are two, one a little pilaster that follows the rhythm of the column, and in between smaller gathered elements that give a kind of a rhythm style to the building. We continue with the pilaster with a new column spacing similar to what is existing on Bleecker Street. Carry the pilaster to the top of the parapet, and then simply with the type of tiles create that rhythm verticality. Since the new storefront, we have decided to make them the same because this is going to be in one building. We are taking some liberty with the interpretation of what was a transom screen-like further articulation of the storefront originally, and just making it a little bit more contextual to that era. The columns and the base and the mullions will all be aluminum, and there will be glass. Moving along. This is the existing photo from John to the elevation. The drawing of that elevation restored to the parapet and the storefront. This sign comes from a photograph that we would like to recreate in a contemporary way, which is larger than the sign ordinance for LPC, but within the zoning sign dimension. And we felt that because there was a precedent for that, we would like to consider the size the appropriate. So after that street elevation started here at the break of what remains of the original building and then the new, we need a place where we would locate that sign so it's on the new piece of the building, not on the historic piece. And then the rest of the elevation is rhythmically similar to that on Bleecker Street. This is the alley elevation, which we're just simply doing, except for turning the corner. This is left here, this is the alley. We're doing that in typical Britain, sure, this is not unlike many alleys that exist in the district, and which there are many alleys in the district. The mechanical equipment, which we are proposing to be located on the roof, 10 feet square and plants, 6 feet high, and it will be painted, it will be a ruined vertical louver, similar in color to the end wall of the Sullivan building directly behind. I think I can show that a little bit better in some of the computer. Next. A detail of the existing Bleecker Street elevation, the new storefront, and the new Southwest Street elevation. And we did have a very good meeting in the board today. A few ideas that we thought were good. One was to raise our base, which we have a little bit lower. So, secondly, to articulate the vertical elements of the tree, of the parapet, a little bit more plan for a simple rehab in the existing building in the cellar, and new cellar below, new first floor, extended out the site, filling the envelope with a egress there here, one side, and here to the rear. A section to the building showing the existing and new. These are views taken from around the site. There's a site emergency equipment on the roof is located in a position that is as far away as we can make it from the street, sidewalks around it. And you can see these views. This view is the one that actually is the most visible. That is the framework of the and then as we walk around, there's another view. Moving further. This one you really can't see at all. Is that visible or is that visible or that? So it's minimally visible. Storefronts are one of the storefronts in Florida and Restoration. Efforts of new in the district to emerging retail district of very interesting shops and signage. So we are offering a kind of simple little master plan for signage so that tenants can abide by that program of signage, which is essentially taking from your district guidelines and just applying to the various locations on the typical days of the facade. We have a rhythm of lighted signs that occur every other day that are new, and then we have our larger signs that we describe. So we're dividing actually all into a level of building. And you do it, that's what it was. Lastly, these are just the views of the historic position of the gas that was lined up on the corner, and that sign, and where we're putting it today. And on the other view of the south, about that sign. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Jack, any questions? Yes.
It appears that the coping on the new parapet is just anodized aluminum stamped sheet metal. Is that true? Please tell me that's not true. Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval with some recommendations or conditions, including that the recessed panels in the parapet of the new building have more texture to better relate to the historic parapet, and that the storefront bulkheads are higher to be more typical to the district. So the bulkhead, did you change that in response to the Community Board?
The joints of the parapet.
No, I'm talking about the
lower,
and you increased it.
And we decided to raise it because there was a valid suggestion.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. Comments? I like it. I think it's, right, I think it's made the building much better, and to just removing all the, I don't know what you call it.
I think we should appreciate the fact that the applicant did not go to extremes on it, and normally we're busy pushing back. I mean, this is fantastic. I will lament the days when alcohol and gas can be sold in the same place, but other than that, I think we're fine with it.
My other lament is that I wish those two empty subway entrances were still there with the structure.
Harkening back to the last one.
It's a bummer that Edgar Toffel didn't leave something behind worth saving. And I think it's fascinating that he's got his fingerprints on this building, the lineage from Sullivan to Wright. Very cool.
Yes.
Are we going to lose Shapiro's?
have no idea what intends to occupy the building.
Good answer.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Wellington?
We now have 59 Bleecker Street, a.k.a. 340, 346 Lafayette Street, NoHo Historic District. The application is to demolish a portion of the building, construct a new building, install storefronts, infill signage, and rooftop mechanical equipment. Noting that the style, scale, materials, and details of the proportions of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the NoHo Historic District. I further noting that the site originally featured 3 19th century houses converted to commercial use, and that a portion of the service station was replaced with a full lot, 1-story warehouse, and replacement storefront infill was installed circa 1980. I recommend approval, finding that the existing warehouse portion of the building contains no significant architectural features. Therefore, its demolition will not diminish the special architectural historic character of the building or the historic district. That the proposed scale of the new infill building maintains the massing of the existing taxpayer building, which is representative of the last phase of development in the district. That the facade of the proposed infill building will align with the facades of adjacent buildings and retain the continuity of the historic street wall along Lafayette Street. That the removal of the existing storefront infill will not eliminate any significant architectural features or historic fabric of the building. That the proposed storefront infill and the retention and restoration of the terracotta tile will help return the Bleecker Street facade closer to its historic appearance. That the use of the flat earth colored terracotta on the infill building will recall the historic terracotta of the historic building and help you to unify the design of the new building as it intersects with the old. That the proposed storefront infill feature metal bulkheads, metal piers, and large display windows with glass transoms is in keeping with the configuration of the historic storefronts and maintains transparency at the ground floor and will be consistent with the commercial industrial character of this historic district. That the treatment of the facade along Jones Alley will be simple and include wrapping one bay of the storefront and terracotta around the corner and is consistent with the typical treatment of buildings adjacent to alleys in this historic district. That the large bracket sign with amateur-mounted gooseneck lighting fixtures on Lafayette Street's facade will be reminiscent of and placed in a similar location to the historic large bracket sign that was present originally at the building. That the blaze signs will be mounted in modern infill and will not eliminate, alter, or destroy any significant architectural features of the building, and that although the rooftop mechanical equipment will be minimally visible from select locations, it is seen primarily against a backdrop of undesigned secondary facades and will not call undue attention to itself.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 6 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Old Manhattan, docket number 185121. This is 241 West 11th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a Greek Revival style row house with Italianate style features designed by Reuben R. Wood and built in 1851. The application is to legalize the construction of rear yard and rooftop additions in non-compliance with certificate of appropriateness 14-4486.
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 241 West 11th Street, located between West 4th Street and Waverly Place in Greenwich Village Historic District. The building received commission approval in May 2013 to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. The project architect changed during construction, and the completed work is in non-compliance with the original approval. 241 and 243 West 11th Street were historically a pair. And as the built condition of the rear yard addition does not feature setbacks, certain materials, and historic fabric that was to be retained to maintain a relationship to this pair. The skylight condition above the reconstructed fourth floor of the building is also in non-compliance. Overall, the height of the rooftop addition is in compliance, and none of the completed work is visible from a public thoroughfare. The applicants are seeking to legalize these conditions in non-compliance with Certificate of Appropriateness 14-4486. Architect Ben Bischoff is here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, my name is Ben Bischoff, the current applicant of record for 241 Bleecker Street, as Holly mentioned. We took over this application with previous approval. Just for context, this is the visible historic facade on the street with the historic tax photo on the left and an in-progress photograph of the work of the front facade showing the work that we have been doing to restore the historic condition and remediate some of the existing violations that were on the project. And a drawing of the same showing the existing conditions on the left and most work in the front facade on the right. We began the project with a permitted removal for both apartment buildings and landmarks, and upon commencement of the work, we found that there was significant problems in the existing conditions that required some course of construction changes. I have some photos here showing the substantial deterioration in the historic masonry on the front facade where the two wides were delaminating, and on the right showing the extensive work we did to grout inject and repoint to preserve the historic condition. Similar things were found along the east side wall, which is not a party wall, but is adjoining the areaway of the six-story apartment building to the east. Due to the inability to access that wall, and it had not been maintained for many, many years, as you can see on the left, and there's significant water damage, spalling, and deterioration of the mortar. Again, wise of the brick delaminating. We undertook significant work to restore that on the right as well. And in the back facade, post-demolition, we uncovered substantial conditions which were problematic in the area where we had approval to build this proposed second-story addition. Foundations that were absent or missing, walls that were rear walls and side walls not keyed together in a kind of bizarre condition where the structural members of the twin buildings kind of pass through each other typically pocketed. This resulted in the need to sort of make some changes to work that we need to. This is the existing block plan. 241 is this building right here. This is the condition prior to the initial C of A. And then on the next slide is the block plan that was approved. The work that we have done does not alter this. The fourth-story rooftop extension, as well as the two-story rear addition that will not visible here. The section here was the section of the work as approved in the Certificate of Appropriateness, and our proposed modifications are shown here. The changes to the back are highlighted in red all throughout here, and I'll identify those specifically. We undertook to do less excavation in the rear yard. We found that there were some problems with the supported excavation filing, and the approved excavation would have compromised the adjoining building at 243 West 11th Street. So we reduced that scope of work, eliminated some of the rear flank parapet walls that were above the greenhouse, and then as noted and shown in the photograph, we reconstructed the first story addition and the second story extension of that in a consistent primary structure due to some of the structural problems that we found in the flanking walls that were intended to support the setback. And then up on the roof, we added a canted skylight in order to make the interior rooms habitable with the elimination of the elevator from the project due to our client's lack of interest in it, to raise the roof at the back, so we preserved the existing cornice line between the two buildings and added a canted roof with some skylights. And then it's right up above here, showing the elimination of some of the chimney elevator work extensions at that roof. This is the drawing of the project right here, 241 West 11th, as approved in the certificate of appropriateness, and our proposed revision to that. Here, showing the amendments that we hope to undertake in our Holly showed this slide on the left is the rendering of the project as presented in the prior approval by the commission. On the right, a course of construction photo, somewhat taken from an impossible view that's not available to the public. This is taken from the roof of the building on Monon Street, and the townhouse that directly backs up to this townhouse has been very enthusiastic of the work that we've been doing, actually invited us over to talk about doing something similar, and use that occasion and take a roof shot photograph to better describe the work that we're doing. These next two photos show the existing rear facade prior to the onset of construction. This is taken from the quote-unquote pedestrian view at the ground level in the rear yard, and the work that's been undertaken in construction from that same perspective, showing that some of the modifications and adjustments to the skylight position of the roof there are not only not visible from a public thoroughfare, but also not visible from the yard itself. Lastly, to help better describe a photo of the rooftop addition, and then a photo on the left of the modification to and the roof, but still maintain the cornice line which is in the building. That is.
Do the commissioners have any questions for the architect?
I'm just trying to figure out how we got here. The architect who came before us and obtained the certificate of appropriateness got the approval and then violated the approval, and then you were hired and you're dealing with the problems he or she created?
The architect that was hired to create the original approval was hired by a developer when the building was sold, sort of ready to build, permanent, and we took over that application. And in the course, I found that there were some inconsistencies in the drawings presented, and also some things that were very difficult to actually execute based on the existing conditions of the structure, whether it was the impact of the substantial excavation in the rear yard or the ability to even reconstruct the second story addition as proposed. It was...
I heard that. I think my question is more, why would, if there was an existing certificate of appropriateness and you knew that, why would you simply go ahead without coming back to us? We understand the nature of finding problems in the course of doing the work. I mean, that's part of what we do.
There is probably no tremendously satisfactory answer to that. We have been back for 2 amendments since the original C of A that dealt with other issues. We simply were continually finding that new unforeseen conditions were occurring at many cases.
But some of the choices you've made are not related to unforeseen conditions.
That is correct. Some of them are not totally related.
You took it upon yourself to just change material, change railings.
Yes.
based on similar work that we've done in the area that has been approved, and we felt that it would be acceptable to the commission upon review.
Okay, yes, Diane, you have a question?
Yeah, could you just point out, back to the rear, and just comment on the Community Board 2 recommended denial of the greenhouse skylight and the modified design of the penthouse. I mean, I know what the penthouse looks like, but the elements that they were particularly, Community Board 2 apparently had, they had various problems with the design, which I guess are just the final penthouse, I think. Go back to that. I was just asking you to point out those elements, but it's greenhouse, the skylight, I saw the skylight, and the modified design of the penthouse. Where's what's the greenhouse? I'm sorry.
The greenhouse was both in the, you do see it right here, and also
You just showed what's been constructed again. Okay, so
as rendered over here.
So the skylights they're referencing are up on top. Right, okay. And the greenhouse is the top.
The greenhouse is the...
Oh, it's down below, I'm sorry, that's what was confusing my person. For some reason, I guess because I was reading all the other elements were at the top. I was looking for where the greenhouse actually was, and I didn't see that initially. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Which one is what's the greenhouse?
That's
Okay, that's the skylight? Okay.
There, so to speak, and
The first floor.
I was imagining it was up above because everything else there was.
Commissioners, that portion of the proposal is in compliance with the permit.
That's in compliance with
It's in compliance.
Okay. All right, are there other questions?
Is the cupola, I see the note referring to the big cupola.
One of the recommendations that FGC staff had in order to preserve the sense of the twin was for us to add a line of brick corbelling here that somewhat imitates what was previously at that level.
But you haven't done that as yet?
We have not completed construction yet. But certainly a modification that would be willing to undertake in order to preserve the distinction between the first and second floors.
Okay, any other questions? Yes.
I admire this that I was at why the change in material at the second floor and at the roof? I mean, if you went from stucco to half timbering at the roof and clapboard to brick at the second floor. Why? What's the here at the second floor, we driven mainly by the need to sort of restructure most of this work. Felt that building it consistently with and the roof appeared that, doing it with the cementitious fiberboard or something like the commission was interested in order to designate that as a portion of the right. The original one was stucco, right? And now you're doing it as kind of faux half timbering. What are the brown stripes? These are fiberboard panels, like the second floor, and the way in which you can see the back joints. Staff told you that was where you should go? The staff did not know.
No, they didn't consult with me.
That was a design decision.
Okay. What was the concept there?
It was
was simply to do something that was simple and lovely.
Okay. We'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC feels that the applicant should be asked to construct these additions according to the original certificate of appropriateness permit. To approve the present condition of this row house would be to undermine the time and consideration the Commission previously gave to this project and set a standard for allowing applicants to disrespect this body's expertise and authority. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sarah B. Macklin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sarah B. Macklin, Village Society for Historic Preservation. It is difficult to imagine any justification for an alteration which differs so substantially from what was approved by the LPC. Setting aside the merits of the new design as compared to what was approved, lessening these changes after the fact would be tantamount to encouraging disregard for the landmarks review procedure. This applicant should have come back to the LPC before moving ahead with construction with the proposed changes as a new application. They might have found some of them welcome. However, instead they chose to disregard the law and move ahead with an entirely new plan without needed approvals. This is an unfortunate situation entirely of their making. Regarding the substance of the deviation from the approved plans, many of them are woefully inappropriate and would not deserve approval regardless of timing, whether before or after construction has taken place. We are especially disturbed by the changes to the top of the building at the rear. The one area where we see that structure as built is an improvement over what was approved is the rear facade's parlor floor and the level above. While those might merit retention, the rest of the unpermitted work should not get retroactive approval, and the applicant should be required to either restore the structure to the original condition or rebuild to the previously approved plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Community Board 2 recommends denial of the removal of the violations for the greenhouse skylight and modified design of the penthouse, approval of the brick cladding and windows of the additional second floor and third floors only, and they suggest that the east wall, visible only from the adjacent building to the east, be painted white. So that's what their recommendations are. All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay. We can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes.
We have possibly the most expertise in the country at the LPC staff level, and there are a considerable number of people sitting around this table who are foregoing billable hours in order to sit here and serve on the commission. And I think it's to put it mildly, an insult to this commission that this violation was able to occur, and I think the applicant should be forced to comply with the original application and approval.
All right, other comments?
Along the same lines, earlier today we looked at a fence which was put up in Addisleigh Park, a relatively new historic district, where the whole culture of being a historic district is new, and mistakes can easily be made there. But this is Greenwich Village, one of the oldest historic districts in the city. I'm also very perplexed by how this would have happened and why we should allow it to be approved now. I'd like to hear others though.
Well, I agree. I mean, it's a travesty that they did this, and, I think the applicant standing here and has nothing really to say. They chose to do this, and that's, it's disturbing at all levels. But, the idea of making them go back to what it was, I think we should look at that and see what we're talking about in terms of what it is that we're asking them to go back to, or look to see whether these changes, however egregious the process was, is whether it's appropriate. I mean, I just look at it, to me, it's a blanket statement to say, let's make them go back. There's some things here, it's about excavation. What are we talking about? If you look at the drawing, which shows what the differences are we really then asking them to go back? I don't know. I think from a practical standpoint, we should see what it is that's really egregious. And I think, drawing from some of the testimony we heard, that, clearly I think the top is very problematic. And it seems that there's no basis. It also doesn't seem like it's necessarily related to any structural issue. They removed the elevator. Didn't mean that it actually, I think, opens up space. Why they chose to put a skylight seems problematic, and why they couldn't just follow the profile with the removal of the elevator. So I don't think there's any justification for that. Similar to the fact that, the materials and the change of materials, not sure there's any justification for that as well. I think the only area, on the lower portions, which is where the excavation changes, I think that's okay. Some of it is less than what they had proposed to excavate. And then you have the wall, which is where there was an intent to set back the wall. And now you have it as, in one plane, and the materials are the same. Interestingly, that's the thing that I think we've heard testimony that supports it, and I could support it too if there's some detailing which recalls corbelling or something like that recalls it. But for me, I think there's certain portions of this project I could support, although with a wagging finger, I would say. But I think there's, the areas of the top we should go back to what was approved. Partly because I can't see any logic for some of these changes. And
I think this commission has to take a stand somewhere along this spectrum, and I do understand we're not going to require them to, if there are conditions that existed that they discovered that require them to do something different, that's fine. They can take that to our staff, which is perfectly capable of determining whether that particular change was required or not. However, as a whole, I think the threshold here is that they comply with the original certificate of appropriateness, and if it's their burden to come back to us and say, okay, well, I'm going to do, will you approve something slightly different? Their burden to come back to us and establish that the staff, that the particular changes they made were required, that they had no other choice.
Yes, Dana?
Yeah, I concur with the remarks of other commissioners. Often we see, not often, but sometimes we see an owner who is in good faith ignorant of a situation and, it has a contractor or something and performs something that, shouldn't really be done. And, we try to work with them and go forward. And obviously, when there are structural conditions during construction, everybody understands that those need to be dealt with, and sometimes almost on an emergency basis. But then the architect or engineer should be coming to the commission to find out what to do next. And it might be that they can't return to the original design, obviously. Usually would come before us at that point, but even if the staff were advising them in a responsible way, it's a different situation. I'm generally troubled because the fact that the architect knows that this is basically violating the landmarks law from my point of view, and I don't know what recourse we have if you're in the Department of Buildings and somebody's off doing something that's, maybe Mark would speak to that, but I find it reprehensible that an architect proceeds whilst knowing that, knowing what the facts are. Sometimes we've even seen architects that don't know any better. That's...
In the buildings department, the architects or the contractors, and maybe, Michael and Fred know about this, but what I've seen when I was at the BSA and my understanding of what's in planning is that often things do not comply with drawings. I'm not saying it's good, but they go back and they cure them. So there are things that happen and they cure them. There's non-compliances with the building code or with the zoning code that come back and they cure them. And, it's a very it's a complicated issue coming back, but that's the agencies have the ability to cure things that happen that are not in compliance with the drawings.
And, it goes back, I suppose, to the professional organizations as well. I think Mark started to say something.
No, I think that what the chair said is absolutely correct, and I also just want to remind the commissioners, it's never been the commission's perspective that without stating reasons that to say you must go back to what was previously approved as a sort of a retributional proposal, approach. That to the extent it's like no one is saying it's okay, no one's trying to say that it should be approved because it was done, but to the extent that you do not think that the work that was done without a permit is inappropriate, I think you need to identify what that is and not just say that it needs to go back to what was previously approved. And I would just also just to sort of further explain how the commission views this. The commission's enforcement system, as it, now in its 15th year, does not issue a violation, a monetary violation for work that was done without a permit. That was a decision made in '97 that allows people to come in and seek to cure a violation without necessarily being subject to a penalty. So,
thank you. And I certainly, I don't necessarily think that there's any reason they have to return to the original design, but I do frankly think that the entire upper section it's ugly and inappropriate and poorly designed. I mean, it just looks like it's kind of a cheap solution to me, and not that I want someone to be putting with an expensive solution, but it really just doesn't comport, I think, with the rest of the building. And even, I don't know, even the skylight design doesn't, anyway. So I think we need, from my perspective, we need to see something else that is appropriate, and I'm sure some of the members who are architects can suggest something.
All right. Other comments? Yes, Michael.
It's interesting, a very interesting conversation, and where I would weigh in is in terms of the work itself. We usually try to grant, I would look at it as like, would we have approved it had they come forward for an amendment, right? That's the normal procedure. And I think that in the case of the lower level excavations and other things, absolutely yes. In the case of the rooftop abortion, absolutely no. I mean, it's awful. It's the cheapest crap, it's asymmetrical. Where they pull this Tudor thing out of their head, I have no idea, or somewhere else. The skylights are awful. It's just awful. Non-starter. The real question is that second floor thing. Now, I think that the original proposal was much better. There's no question. It retains the quality of the twin. It retains the echo of the scale of the original building. But I think that we would have approved the modification that's shown, with or without the corbelling. I think that we've approved things that are much more extreme to rear facades than that. The other aspect of the conversation has been about the ire that the commission clearly feels towards the behavior of the applicant. And I guess for me, in the discussions about penalization, whatever, I mean, that all hinges on whether or not the applicant, knowingly did the work without permission. I mean, this is not like moving a light or adding a little sign. This is a major modification to an application. And I think that there are examples where the building department has said to select architects, no, you've abused your privilege, you can't work here anymore. You have to go, you're off our list. And I think that there may be occasions, I don't know if this is one, but certainly let's say if an architect files plans that are clearly different in material ways from the approved LPC plans, that for me I would say that the LPC should say, you know what, you knowingly, just like the DOB has a policy, if you knowingly circumvent the rules, you're out. I think either as a penalty or as a ban. I think that's LPC. If DOB does it, I don't see why LPC shouldn't. I don't know if that's the case here. It may be worth looking into that. I don't know. But if let's say there was a post-approval amendment filed for this job that showed these major modifications, and he just went and did it, I'd say that's a line that was crossed that the lady with the fence this morning did not cross. And I think there's a significant difference there. So the only question for me is, should the possibility of that egregiousness color my view of a less good rear yard addition that we would have approved? I don't think that it would be intellectually honest to say yes. I think that we should let the second floor modification go.
Okay, I mean, the building department practices are, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about architects who basically self-certify and build, and they do it repeatedly. And it's really that their self-certification privileges are taken away. But as long as the privileges have not been away, and there's still, there's a fine going on, there's an interest to try and ultimately cure it, right? Because you don't want to see. So that's what is to come in compliance. So their laws are very, very, they're rigid, right? This is the law, this or that. I think what we have here is it's about judgment and aesthetics and findings. That's why it's, I think, more complicated, at least for me, because I think what you said is very true. If, for example, there was something that happened on the site and they came to us for an amendment, which would be the proper process, how would we respond to it, and how would we accept it or not? And so I think that's why I feel like that this is not so clear cut. And are we the body to hand out penalties? And we have that structure of enforcement. That seems to be our jurisdiction of penalties. And I don't know, I think that's what Mark was talking about as well, right? That in the process of the C of A, the Commission in the past has not used that as a method of penalizing. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I mean, the commission has always looked at the work that was done in excess of the permit and, grudgingly analyze it as if would we have approved it if it had come forward to us.
And so even in our whole approach to enforcement, I think when we work with homeowners and property owners, we get them to try and come in and cure themselves, and that cure is, can be at staff level, it can be at commission level, but it's trying to finally get either the certificate of appropriateness, trying to get support for the certificate of appropriateness.
Setting aside the word penalties, we would have asked them to do the following two things. One, if they're going to claim that there is a necessity that for certain changes... Setting aside penalties, we would have asked them to do two things. One is if they're justifying some of these changes based upon necessity and based on the existing conditions of the building that they could not have known in advance, we would have asked them to establish the connection between those conditions and the changes they made with the staff, and before they even walked in the door, we would have known
But John, the only
that.
thing I would say, that's not
Beyond that, but I didn't get to the second part, which is that for the rest of the changes, then we would have evaluated whether we would have approved them. So we look at the top floors, and we say, okay, well, we don't like those. We wouldn't have approved those in the first place, and therefore we're not going to approve them now. Okay, but we certainly would not
Well, I think just the
accept without any justification.
Well, I think that, first of all, I think this idea that once you approve a CFA, the CFA can't change, that's not true. The CFA can change, and it can change in terms of design. So I'm just pointing to the issue of necessity. Again, leaving aside, penalties, but just the concept of amending your CFA doesn't have to be justified that it's based on some necessity.
No, I understand that. I didn't raise the necessity. He did. Once he said that, he's making a representation to this commission, and it ought to be true.
Well, okay, but it's fine, but I thought you were thinking about the fact that the commission should ask for that explanation of necessity.
Now, when he's raised it again, he ought to be able to say, here's the necessity. Unless he wants to back off that too. He do that.
But we do that kind of thing. I mean, we do, when someone says, for instance, that we need to rebuild a historic facade because of structural reasons, we ask them to substantiate that to the staff's satisfaction.
I completely agree with you. I'm just saying it's not always, that it's not a requirement of any kind of amendment. But John, if you'd like them to explain to you the necessity, we can ask them to do that. Can you explain it? Yes, where was it necessary for you to make the changes? And where was it not?
Our biggest problem here, if I sort of look specifically at, each change coming up, this excavation here that was outside of the boundaries of the original footprint of the house was approved next to a small structure of some, I don't know whether this is a historic structure or not, I'm not certain. Undertaking the level of excavation that was approved would have most likely, in the recommendation of our geotechnical engineer, compromised this building. Similar thing with some of the reduction in the rear yard scope here, where the yards are into foundations, to minimize the impact of everything falls on the neighboring. Good to speak out. Sure, sorry. The main issue related to the second story here, and whether we could build it in plane or setback, was pretty much related to the issue of this not having any real structural repair on the wall below. And given that the flanking walls had not been maintained very well, felt that it was part of raising an extreme sort of lateral load on that.
So are you saying there was a motion?
So you had then a framing system to which you were applying hardy planks? A stud wall system?
That was the original proposal.
Okay, and now you have changed that to brick. I have a very difficult time understanding what that difference is, because it's a lot more expensive to build a brick wall than it is to build a stud wall and screw some hardy planks to it. Help me.
I think that there are just lots of we need to
redo the way that these joists are coming in, which we did, yeah. And we were trying to come up with something that solved the conditions that we were finding that we felt was consistent with things that the commission has approved in the past. I can't deny that, if you don't agree with that, I'm not sure how to.
It's not a question of agreement. Can I ask one more question? At what point did you say to yourself, I guess you don't have to answer this question, at some point, someone either said to you, or when you woke up in the morning, you said to yourself, oh, this really is something that I should contact the LPC about. We're making some significant changes here. Did that never occur to you?
It did. I mean, we knew
And then you said, well, screw them, I'm just going to go ahead and build this thing.
we've been back to
All right, let's, yeah.
the DOB, we've been back to we have an extensive SOE on it because of the fact that the approvals that were put in place by DOB and LPC didn't properly incorporate the SOE drawings. It shut the project down for many, many months. I'm trying to, these are all issues of judgment. And I felt that you were making moves that were good. That may not be the commission's stance.
All right, any other comments?
We were aware of the sign-off process and knew that we would have to bring this project to you.
Yes.
It's actually an interesting procedural question. I mean, if you get a C of A, that entitles you to, assuming you make good on all other things, a building permit. Then I go and I build my job. If I come back to the post-approval amendment, that changes everything. Do I have to go back to LPC first before that post-approval amendment is issued? Or does LPC's only second bite at the apple come at the very end?
DOB is not supposed to approve any amendment to permits that without the LPC's approval. Now, we've worked over the years to sort of limit that to try to focus on things that affect the exterior, because there's lots of things going on. But yes, in a strictly legal manner, DOB should not be, and if they did issue a post-approval amendment here, that was improper.
Good. Because I think that's the real issue in terms of the punitiveness of this situation, is if mistakes happen, things happen in the field all the time, and I think that our system of dealing with it in 99.9% of the cases is completely correct and good. I think the only cases where we should consider it, and I don't know if this is one of those cases, it sure sounds like it's closer than we've had lately, but I think that the only case where we should think about another way of looking at it is if we sense impunity. If there is evidence for a knowledgeable attempt to circumvent a C of A in a substantive material way. And I think that should be a no-no. I think that the LPC, that's an appropriate venue for penalties or other actions, just like such things would be at the DOB.
Okay, well, let me do this. I'd like our council to explore this instead of us just coming up with it. There's a history to us, we have a jurisdiction, and I want us to do this not because of perhaps emotions that we feel right now. So let's just keep this aside, and obviously the commission's very disappointed and concerned about this. I would just say that, yes, I agree that the scope of work does create different emotions in the commission, something which seems harmless, but, done in sort of good faith or not understanding the law is one thing. An obvious flouting of the law is something else and can give us concern. But I still think that, I would like our council to look at that. And we're not going to take any action on this today, but you've heard some of our concerns and a lot of concerns. Okay, so we're not taking any action.
Okay, Commissioners,
happy to read the next two into the record as they're twin buildings, it's one project. So the first is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan docket number 185880. This is 44 West 12th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is an Italianate-style townhouse built in 1860. The application is to reconstruct the front facade. And item number 8 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan docket number 185881. And this is 48 West 12th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is an Anglo-Italianate-style house built in 1854, and the application is to reconstruct the facade.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation staff. The applications are for exterior work throughout the primary facades at 44 and 48 West 12th Street, two buildings on separate lots owned by one co-op, which are located on the south side of West 12th Street between 5th and 6th Avenues in the Greenwich Village Historic District. Now, both buildings are currently clad in stucco, and were clad with stucco at the time of the designation of the Historic District. Now, in May 2014, permits were issued to resurface select damaged areas of stucco with new stucco. Now, subsequently, based on site conditions, the applicants have determined that they need to replace all of the stucco cladding. As such, the application is to replace all of the stucco cladding throughout both facades with new stucco cladding featuring a fiberglass lath. Additionally, some of the backup masonry is expected to need to be replaced. So this requires a public hearing for two reasons. First, the rules do not allow staff to approve applying stucco with a lath. And the second proposal, this proposal is for replacing stucco, maintaining the facades to match their current mid-20th century appearance without restoring features which would have been part of the original 19th century design. So now the applicants are here to discuss it.
My name's Tom Fenneman. I'm the architect on this project. And as Abby mentioned, it started out as being more localized repairs at the facade. There were some cracks evident, and we were going to proceed with cutting out the cracks, repairing it with stucco, and then putting a finish over the entire surface to try and uniform it, because there have been a number of repairs done over the years, but then as we cut out the cracks, we found some of the underlying conditions of the Portland brownstone behind, and it is important to note that none of the facing of the stone is visible currently. It's all hidden by stucco, which was at time of designation. So in discussing the repairs that we needed to do with this with the contractor, it became apparent that we were not comfortable just trying to do the traditional grooving back the stonework and keying into it with a new stucco system, but wanted to add a lath system to give us more attachment points and to tie into further layers of the stucco, the stone. How does the pointer work? There it is. You can see how it's face bedded across here. We wanted, with our stainless steel fasteners with the lath, to tie into multiple layers of the stonework to give us a better bite. Here's some more photographs. Also, it's important to know that there were significant areas with brick masonry behind, and we're going to be rebuilding some of these as well. This is the offset between the two buildings. You can see the delaminated stucco here. Pretty much when we sounded the building, when we got up with the scaffold, it's fully pipe scaffolded now. All of the shaded areas are areas that sound hollow when you sound it. In addition, the area right here, which is where this would have been a stoop coming up, this is all brick masonry behind here as well, where there was probably at some point a huge entablature and was infilled. So what we're finding is that a lot of the stonework above the windows at the lintel locations, the jamb stones are severely deteriorated, and we plan to reconstruct with some masonry to give the lintel support, which is hard to see the details at the top of the drawing here. But it's rebuilding the jambs and tying in with stainless steel helical ties, and then going back with the stucco in a uniform fashion that would mimic exactly what's there now. Any questions?
What's the lath that you're going to use? Stainless steel lath?
We were looking at fiberglass.
What do you expect to gain by using a lath? You know, the problem is you've got stones that are expanding and contracting.
Oh, exactly.
You've got a smear of stucco on top of that, which is expanding and contracting at a different rate. That's the reason for the breakdown. What do you mean by using the lath?
It's giving more stability to the stucco. What we're finding here is that the stucco is peeling off.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. It's the worst thing, and New York is covered with this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what I want the lath to do would be to give some stability to that 1-inch layer of stucco.
So you get 5 more years.
You get more longevity.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
Why did you choose, I mean, now that you're going to redo the facade, why not do it to a more historical period as opposed to the most recent one?
This co-op, it's a stretch getting this far. The cost is tremendous.
And are there any architectural details in the current thing that are going to be replicated, fake joints? I mean, I see there's some.
No, we'll be replicating the stone. Actually, I think we'll be able to mimic the stone jointing better because we'll be peeling it all off. We'll know exactly the jointing pattern that we'll be able to mimic.
The co-op could conceivably apply detail later on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, are there other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval. If we don't have any questions, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes.
I think this is an appropriate approach. I mean, the true repair is to apply stucco to each individual stone so that you have true joints between each of those stone elements. There are probably 5 to 10 co-ops in New York City that would spring for that kind of money. And so I think this approach is reasonable, and I think it's moderate enough, and the fact that ultimately working with staff eventually, if the money comes, the applied detail can be put back on this building in a way that would be appropriate.
Yes.
I agree with Michael, and I just want to say that, I appreciate this is an example of somebody coming to us when they should come to us for advice and approval.
Yes.
Question, I guess, maybe for you, Marina. What is the reason why lath is generally considered a no-no? Yeah, it seems like the thing that threw this over the line.
It's not necessarily considered a no-no, actually. In many cases, assuming that they're going to cure some of the delamination, in some cases, I agree with Tom. You get that matrix then that's floating separately from those individual stones moving behind. If you have that strong sheet of stucco, it's going to break apart immediately. If you have that lath that's anchored intermittently, it's a little bit better solution. It's not the greatest, but it's a better solution.
Okay, other comments? So we think this is okay. All right.
Am I reading 2?
Yes. Can't we just say ditto? No, can't.
Comments are the same, but the findings were the same, but
It's exactly the
different building
same?
types. Yeah.
Can we just read both addresses into it?
Yeah, sure, you can read the descriptions and the docket numbers. Okay.
Oh, okay, good.
All right, then, in the matter of docket number 18-5880, which is 44 West 12th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District, and docket 18-5881,
which is 48 West 12th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The applications are to reconstruct the front facade. I recommend approval, noting that the replacement of the existing stucco and portions of the underlying masonry is warranted by advanced state of disrepair. That although the proposed work will not include recreating profiles and details which were lost prior to the mid-20th century, the proposal to replicate the smooth stucco finish and associated profiles and details which have existed at the building since the mid-20th century will maintain a uniform design and characteristics which reflect a significant period of historic development within the historic district. That the existing facade lacks sufficient sound and secure brownstone to support extensive resurfacing without the use of lath or equivalent intervention. That the fiberglass lath and stainless steel anchors will help to securely attach the proposed stucco to the underlying masonry without causing damage due to corrosion or changing the outward appearance of the facade, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building or historic district. I also recommend that as the existing stucco is being removed, the applicants provide more detailed information about the specific underlying conditions to the commission staff, and that the applicant work with the staff to finalize specifications and details for the repair or replacement of the underlying masonry and the attachment of the laths.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved. And we'll take a lunch break and we'll come back at 1:35. Well, half an hour. Okay.
Number 187655. This is 625 Fifth Avenue, St. Patrick's Cathedral and Lady Chapel, and Rectory and Cardinals residence, an individual landmark. Complex of buildings including a Gothic Revival style cathedral, rectory, and Cardinals residence, designed by James Renwick Jr. and built in 1858 through 1880, and a French Gothic Revival style Lady Chapel designed by Charles T. Matthews and built in 1906. The application is to alter the landscape and install mechanical equipment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mary Service, Preservation staff. The St. Patrick's Cathedral Complex is an individual landmark that occupies the full block between Madison and 5th Avenues and 50th and 51st Street. This application is to install vents at a garden at the plaza mid-block on 51st Street. The applicant, Jeffrey Murphy, is here to present the proposal.
Thank you. We're on the tail end of a handful of projects, and I am presenting two of them right now. They involve some venting for the geothermal plant, which is along 51st Street here. Geothermal plant is right down in here. So these are fresh air intake vents. And then the second project is a small memorial garden right here. It's a space for reflection and a public space, and it also holds some donor recognition panels made out of clear marble.
So this is that lower area, and currently, again, the mechanical plant is down below here. These are two existing vents that we're reusing, and there are two full-height copper meters right here. Those copper meters are here and here. What we're proposing is, in order to hide these new air intake vents, we're proposing to put 3 meters that look like the existing and house the vents inside of them. So the existing, again, are here and here, and these are the 1, 2, 3. So this is the new elevation with the 2 existing, here and here, and then the 1, 2, and 3. And one of the challenges is that these vents have to be at least 7 feet above this grade, this grade right here. And they also have to have a gooseneck wheel to actually achieve that inside the thickness of this pipe here. So here's a rendering of what these new meters would look like when you basically terminate this data. And here's a rendering of the proposed 1, 2, and 3, and then the existing here. The second project is the Memorial Garden, and this is just to the east of the north transept. So this is the entry right here, the north transept, and the garden happens between these 2 buttresses. And the 3 elements of this is existing paving, loose-down paving that was already approved by LPC. And the 3 elements of this garden include a little wall, a fountain that has a stone that was blessed by Pope Benedict a few years ago. And it's a little pool that you stick your hand in the water and you can touch this blessed Pope stone. And then there's a bench here that also has donor recognition on the top. And then this planting, this is already approved, or part of this was already in the original approved landscape plan that we showed you, but part of this is new. The whole idea is to create sort of a backdrop for this and with some privacy from the street. This whole area over here is the top of the mechanical plant, and it's a paved area, and it's going to be made into a paved concrete area. So this is a section through the garden. One of the other elements of this is St. Francis, who is currently situated on the other side of this buttress right here. And we're going to move him so he's in the garden. This is this low wall beyond with some planting in there, the little pool with the Pope stone. These are 2 gates. This gate is existing. It's cast iron, and we're going to replicate that right here with a new gate. Here's another section through the garden. You're seeing the sidewalk, the existing retaining wall, the existing fence beyond, the fountain with Pope stone, the bench, this low wall here, and Francis here. This is what's there now, or actually this planting isn't there right now, but that's what's approved. Francis is around the corner. This is what we're proposing, bringing Francis around and essentially creating a buffer here between the garden and the sidewalk. Here's a little rendering looking at those elements from the other direction. And then these are panels that show what some of the donor recognition could look like. This is the back side of that bench. It's just a little cotton foil, and then donor recognition for flanking that. The other low wall near Francis, we have a neighbor garden.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Michael.
On the quadrilateral fencing that runs along the perimeter.
Yeah.
It stops here, and then you're picking it up again on the other side of the new gate?
Yes.
Was there, did you ever, it seems to me like it would be more natural maybe to continue the quadrilateral fence. Was there anything as to why not? Is that very historic material you wanted to leave alone?
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. This exists.
Right, but you're creating a new kind of border with the hedge and a little planter wall.
Yes.
That's going to continue in the same line that the quatrefoil railing is in.
Right.
Was the quatrefoil railing always historically there and we didn't want to extend it? Or
Yeah,
was
this
there
is-
thinking as to why?
Yes, that is historically there, and so we're just maintaining that. On both sides, this actually stops, well, this doesn't exist on the other side, on the south side of the cathedral. So this is really, this is really a gate to keep people out when this closes at night. You could obviously step around this if you wanted to, but the idea was not to try to further, continue this down and around.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. So Community Board 5 recommends approval. Any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing then. Any comments? Any concerns?
I hope St. Francis enjoys his new digs.
Yes. So, I think it's very respectful, tasteful. Okay. Yes, John.
In the matter of docket number 18-7655, 625 Fifth Avenue, St. Patrick's Cathedral and Lady Chapel and Rectory and Cardinals Residence, an individual landmark. Applications to alter the landscape and install mechanical equipment. I recommend approval, noting that the installation of new vents and garden will not result in damage to or elimination of any significant architectural features, that the design and finish color of the vents will match the existing leaders, and therefore the repetition of this utilitarian feature will allow the vents to blend with the facade without calling undue attention to themselves, that the features of the proposed garden design, including pavers, a fountain, and a Carrara marble curb and bench, will be in keeping with the styles and features of similar church gardens, that the materials of the bluestone pavers, curbs, and fountain, and the Carrara marble curb and bench will relate well to the material and color palette of the cathedral's facade, that the relocation of the St. Francis statue will not cause the loss of significant historic fabric, that the new cast iron gates will match the existing fence design and will help form a uniform treatment across the plaza, that the small scale and simplicity of the design of the fountain, curb, and bench will allow them to harmonize with the building, and that the proposed work will not detract from the significant architectural and historic features of the landmark.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, docket number 185885. This is 1155 Broadway, located within the Madison Square North Historic District. This is a hotel building with stores designed by Elfenbein Cox Incorporated and built in 1991. The application is to alter the facades, install storefront infill, security cameras, awnings, and a canopy.
Commissioners, Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 1155 Broadway, located at the corner of Broadway and West 27th Street in Madison Square North Historic District. 1155 Broadway is a hotel building with stores designed by Elfenbein Cox, Inc., and built in 1991. The Commission approved a temporary installation for a period of 3 years to legalize awnings, signage, canopy, lighting, and security cameras installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. The applicant is now coming forward with a permanent proposal to address these conditions, as well as to install storefront infill and install store cladding at the base of the building. The applicants are also proposing new security cameras, lighting, awnings, and a metal and glass canopy at the noted entrance. Sal Loria and his team from the Broadway Plaza Hotel are here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think she was very thorough explaining all the details of the work that we're going to be doing in 2012. 2012, we did receive a couple violations, and address all the violations, and we're also going to add to the existing property. What we feel is will add to our property and also will conforms to what's surrounding the neighborhood. These images here, just a Madison Square North district, which would fall on the corner of 27th and Broadway. This is an image of the property in roughly between 1980 and 1990. This is the current building, which was erected in 1994. This building was probably taken a little bit before landmark designation. The next image that we have, we're a transient hotel right now, and you can see the maroon signage, where the hotel is located, and also we have a full retail tenants that are part of our building. This is an actual image that we see from landmarks. This is an image when during our historic designation in 2001, and the violations that we currently have is from the maroon sign that we see. You see the light, and if you look, you'll see the lighting. Right there, there's lights that go throughout the building, and there's also these maroon canopies over the window, and also in this image, you can't see in this image, there was 4 security cameras which are not shown in the image, and those are the 4 violations that we received. This image here is an image showing what we kind of looked like after the storm. We had an emergency repair that needed to be done after Hurricane Sandy. We had substantial damage to the building. The moon sign which was hanging was dangerous, so it was an emergency, and we had to repair it. And at the time, to our knowledge, any emergency repairs, they didn't need any permits, but we didn't have an issue with the landmark. If you look here, you can see the lighting is all broken. And obviously, we had to take down the sign right away because it was a danger to our pedestrians. And if you look at the images here, obviously there's nothing really historical or anything that's there that looks so great that we wanted to bring back. Going to the next image, this is where after the emergency repair, we did install a new canopy which is black. We're going to change some of the lighting. I see on the next picture, there's some security cameras here. They're white. They're also on the corners. This is the other side. This is the 27th Street side. You can see the canopy work. The canopies over the windows. They went from maroon to black. These are close-up. This is one of the security cameras. This is the lighting that we changed. It's just uplighting. The previous lighting was square lighting. We left the lighting in the same areas. That's where the electricity and the conduits were done. So the location of the lighting, there would also be LED holes and holes in the wall. This is just a picture of the camera. This is just a close-up of the awnings. They're open on the sides. These are the lighting. Also a picture of the lighting. So as we sat with our architects and we came to the determination that we wanted to do, we looked at other projects that were approved by landmarks, and this is a restaurant. This was a before picture here to the left, wholesale tenants. And if you look, they put black marble on the bottom, and they have a little limestone around, and then they just leave the glass and the aluminum storefronts. This McDonald's restaurant actually opened up, I would say, within the last few months. I know you probably saw this presentation from you guys over the last couple of years. This is another one. This is the opposite corner. It's called the Flatiron Hotel. It's also on 27th Street on Broadway. From the opposite corner, you see they also have the aluminum and steel storefronts. They have the precast or limestone stone also with the glass storefronts. This is their signage, which is all made out of steel, and does have some lighting on them. This is directly across the street. It's a little beat. It's 3 stores that open up. You can see they have the grammar on the bottom, they have the limestone surrounding, and also the storefronts are aluminum and glass. These are 2 hotel projects that are on 28th and 29th Street. One is known as the Nomad Hotel, and one is known as the Ace. And if you look, they have some canopies on their windows. This is an all limestone building. Pretty much the metal with the limestone around. The same as the other ones, the same for the Ace Hotel. So when we designed it, we decided we wanted to do a flat wall on the bottom, copy the limestone like everyone else is using. did the glass storefronts, we did, the aluminum and the steel signage as everyone else has in the neighborhood. As far as the canopies, the only thing we change on the canopy is the color. Right now, it just says Broadway on it, and make it more black. There's no change in the structure of it. The lighting is pretty much staying as is. Just the arc lighting. It's going to be a regular arc light. There's going to be no color to the lighting. Just close-ups of the lighting and the canopies. This is just a better picture of the 27th Street angle. This will be the new hotel lobby. We plan on having, these are going to be retail stores, we're anticipating a cafe and a restaurant. We're not 100% sure yet. Once we finish the work, then we're going to start to market the properties. This is the 27th Street side also, where you're seeing the continuation of the restaurant, retail stores. We try to put the cameras into the limestone, so that we're going to make them the same color as the limestone. We'll try to use the smallest cameras possible that we can find, so that they'll be less visible. What we do is basically two cameras per tenant. This is a before and after, and it's a substantial improvement, and also more uniform to what's around the surrounding area. These are also 3 more images that you can see. Broadway side, the whole side, and the 27th Street side. These are the 2 adjacent buildings. This one here is actually a rendering of a building that is on 27th Street that's attached to us. They're under construction. They're currently under construction and under reception. They're looking to them also have that approval. This one is on the opposite side, on the 27th Street side, which is it's a gym. It's like a biking gym. Soul side. They also have the one. Those probably use some limestone and some the aluminum and the glass. And this is just the elevations and architectural plan. If you guys have any questions on the whole building. And this is just actually the full start of the elevations of the lower floors.
Can your security lights be put on the signage panel and painted black, and so it's not so obvious?
The reason that we left these lighting, is this lighting area you're talking about?
And even the new ones that you're introducing on the piers,
Is correct.
the little ones.
These are cameras.
Oh, okay. Oh, those are cameras, but can you not move the cameras so they're just like hidden?
You want the same light as the signage?
No, I'm just trying, I think it's, I'm just painted black, and I don't know, just something so it can disappear. Because it's pretty evident, even if you've painted it the color of the limestone.
That shouldn't be wrong.
Are there any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Okay, there are no speakers. Community Board 5 recommends approval. We have no other questions for the applicant. We can close the hearing. All right, comments? It's an improvement. I mean, the grandfather's condition, and it's a building that was presumably no style because it was a 1994 building, really had a sort of unfortunate ground floor, and I think this vastly improves it. Okay, any other comments? Okay, Diana? Okay.
Just a second. In the matter of the certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, 1155 Broadway, Madison Square North Historic District, hotel building with stores designed by Alvin John Cox Incorporated, built in 1991. Application is to alter the facades, install the storefront, infill security cameras, awnings, and canopy. I note that the building is not one for which the Madison Square North Historic District was designated. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of storefront infill, canopy, signage, lighting, awnings, and security cameras will replace the temporary installation which was approved for a period of 3 years. That the installation will remove grandfathered features of the building that detract from the facade and streetscape, including louvers and roll-down security gates present at the time of designation. that the configuration of the storefront infill, consisting of transoms, fixed display windows, and bulkheads, will be in keeping with the configuration of traditional storefronts in the district, that the proposed infill will align with the light heights of storefronts historically and currently found on large-scale commercial buildings in the district, that the proposed metal and glass canopy is well scaled to the entrance it serves and will not detract from the streetscape, that the proposed light gray cast stone cladding at the base of the building is in keeping with the material and color palette of buildings within the district, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Madison Square North Historic District. However, I find that the proposed number of security cameras calls undue attention in the streetscape, and would like that these cameras be relocated to the Neville's Bangos working with the staff.
Right, and painted black so it can't be seen. All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Thank you. I am concerned.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 12. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, docket number 187160. This is 262 Central Park West, located within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. It's a neo-Renaissance-style apartment building designed by Sugarman and Berger and built in 1927-28. The application is for replacement windows and install vents.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and Jennings Preservation staff. This application is for 262 Central Park West, located on the west side of the street between West 87th and West 86th Street in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The application is to replace single-pane tilt-and-turn windows and one-over-one double-hung windows at the 9th floor of the Central Park West and the West 87th Street facades with one-over-one double-hung windows, including one that features a louver in the upper sash. Based on the circa 1940s tax photo, the original configuration of the windows was most likely 6/6 and 4/4 double hung. At the time of designation of the district, windows at the building consisted of 6/1, 4/1, and 1/1 double hung windows and single pane tilt and turn windows. However, many of the windows that you see here were replaced with 1/1 double hung windows and single pane tilt and turn windows based on a concept that predated the designation of the district. Subsequently, from 2000 to 2013, a number of permits were issued for 1/1 double hung windows at primary facades also based on this contract. The applicant is here to discuss their proposal for window replacement at the 9th floor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have a happy news story here where our clients had the opportunity to be able to purchase the apartment next door to them. They lived in this apartment for well over the past 20 years, and now that they have the opportunity to combine that apartment with their apartment, they would like all the windows to be similar, so it's not so visually jarring. The apartment that they acquired has tilt and turn windows. Their apartment is all 1/1, and what we're asking to do is to change the 10 tilt and turns that are in there now. You'll see them right there. And these are the existing double hungs that are part of their current apartment. We would like these to be made 1/1 double hung as well. And then, since we are changing them, these are now 23 years old, and so we are asking to replace these in kind. There are currently 798 windows on the three primary facades. 70% of them are 1/1 double hung. 30 or 29% of them are tilt and turns, and 1%, i.e. 6 windows, are 6/1 above the cornice line on the 86th Street facade. This is just a quick diagram showing you what the existing configuration is, pink being the tilt and turn blue being the double hung. That's the proposed, so again, existing, proposed. This is just an elevation of it up close. Photograph of the 87th Street side. Existing elevation, existing and proposed both here on the side, right there. One thing I wanted to say about this was if one goes back to the tax photo, one can see that the two contemporary buildings, well actually slightly predating this building, on Central Park West, both are 1/1 double hungs. This one, and then when you study this carefully, you can start to see that this is as well. And so the 1/1 concept on this stretch of Central Park West, while not here at the time of the tax photo, and perhaps not even original, is harmonious with the neighborhood.
Okay, are there any questions? Any questions? We have one speaker, Sean Crescendi.
Afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Crescendi for Landmark West. The committee reviewed the application and was struck by the 1990s designation photos where the predominant window type appears to be 6/1 double hung windows as noted in the LPC report. What happened? The current mix of double hung and single light tilt turn variations degrades the overall building appearance. Knowing that a full restoration of wood 6/6 windows is unlikely, we support this application to bring units 9A and 9C closer into a uniform appearance with the building and would like to highlight this landmark as a cautionary example of why our committee feels window master plans are an informed means of standard practice. Likewise, we support the attempts to rationalize both the rear and north facade apertures as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? No additional speakers. Community Board 7 recommends approval of these windows and strongly recommends the building create a master plan. Is a part of your application also to change fence or something? Did you speak to that issue?
Let me speak to that in particular. Currently, this Central Park West facade, there is a little tiny grill above a little bathroom window. There's no central ventilation in the building at all, so bathrooms are ventilated only through windows. So there is currently a little grill, and our request here is to maintain that when we change it.
Okay.
And at the same time, we would also like to, up here, add one as well into that bathroom.
Okay. Any other questions? We can close the hearing. Comments? I think it's fine. Any concerns? Okay, all right.
Regarding 262 Central Park West and the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District, the application is to replace windows and install vents. I recommend approval, finding that the vast majority of the historic 6/6 and 4/4 windows at the street facades of this building were replaced prior to the designation of the historic district. Therefore, the removal of the existing historic fabric. That the proposed 1/1 double hung windows will match the historic windows in terms of operation, bit mold profile, will match the majority of the windows throughout the facade in terms of configuration, operation, and finish.
Helping to support a unified administration that the replacement of tilt and turn windows with double hung
will eliminate the presence of a window type which would not have historically been at a building of this type, style, and age, and which is not the most common window type at these facades, and which does not relate well to the style and design of the building. That although not matching the historic lighter colored finish, the proposed dark brown finish will be in keeping with the finish of the existing windows at buildings of this type, style, and age, and with the finish of the windows at this building since the mid-20th century. that the proposed 1/1 configuration will be in keeping with the configuration of historic windows sometimes found in neo-Renaissance-style buildings of this type and age, and will be harmonious with the restrained design of the building, that the installation of the single small louver will not result in a change in the location of the meeting rail, nor call into attention to itself, and that the louver will be installed within the window frame, flush-mounted, painted to match the color of the window, and will serve as the basis for a pattern of any future installations of this kind.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda, item 19, is an application for a certificate of appropriate use by Manhattan, docket number 184951. This is 347 West End Avenue, located within the West End Collegiate Historic District. This is an eclectic Renaissance revival style row house designed by Raymond Rich and built in 1891. The application is to construct rear yard and rooftop additions and modify masonry openings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kate Forrest, Conservation Staff. The application is for 347 West End Avenue, located on the west side of the street between West 77th and West 76th Streets in the West End Collegiate Historic District. The proposal is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and alter masonry openings at the top floor of the rear facade. The rooftop and rear yard additions will be visible from public thoroughfares, and the application will present the views. The applicants will present the views. The change of masonry openings at the top floor of the rear facade will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. The applicant is here to discuss the details of the proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Bremo with Architecture Information, and they're representing the homeowners who are looking to convert what is currently a 9-unit multifamily, which was converted in 1959 from the original 1890 Lamb and Rich, one of two mirror image buildings along what is a most coveted block of 14 Lamb and Rich row houses, which wrap West End Avenue front between 76th and 77th. 3 on 76th, 3 on 77th, and 8 along West End Avenue. The proposal is to construct one rooftop addition that is consistent with what has been done along the row, and in fact, we will be doing so infilling exactly at the line as the others just to the south and just to the north have done. There's somewhat nominal work on the facade, just some cleaning up, some very minor cleaning up, some replacing, replacing a few missing balusters so that we have a complete set of teeth, and otherwise we have a quite wonderfully intact limestone facade along this rather variegated and fanciful yet block that was all done by the hand of one firm. This is the historic photo, sort of mid-20th century. You can see there's ivy covering what was 301 West 77th Baton. There is the rendering again showing somewhat nominal work to the facade. At the rooftop, you do see in the elevation a stair bulkhead, which will be rendered in copper and float glass, consistent with the materials present along the building, and the height of which will be minimized as well, and has very very minor visibility from the street, which I'll show momentarily. Then along the back, we will construct a four-story rear addition, the current condition of which, it's important to note, has a symmetrical projected three-story addition currently that allows for really quite small rear rooms, which if you are laying out rooms within what we would hope would be a somewhat gracious single-family house, you're only really left with being able to put bathrooms and kitchens along those facades, which we hope bring in the most light. The existing elevation on the left shows what is the current symmetrical projection of both 347 on the right and 349 on the left. You can see that while the projection is symmetrical, everything else is somewhat episodic in nature, as is the nature of the rear of this entire collection of row houses. And on the right is our proposal for the rear addition. And I think it's important to state that this is a rather different proposal than what we initially had submitted to Community Board 7. And in fact, after our presentation with them, we in fact found that we concurred with most of their comments, more so than we did even our own clients' wishes, and took those very closely to heart, and with a little bit of begging to our client, went back to the drawing board quite a bit. And the intent, as better illustrated on this color rendering, was to create a four-story addition that is really at one with the rear fabric of the interior of the donut, the 14 row houses, and while still creating a very open, gracious, two-story public space with off the kitchen and the formal parlor, with as much glass and daylight as possible. And then at the upper stories, which are the private areas of the townhouse, the two additional stories of rear addition, bringing in casement windows that are absolutely consistent with the row, in the way the glass lights are demarcated, and also recreating this depressed arch with single soldier cores, the details of which are consistent along the back of the donut. We have a small Juliet balcony that projects at the third floor off of the master terrace, which is somewhat additive in nature, which would be, the bottom of which would be clad in copper, as would the spandrel of the two-story public space glazed area, with this being a bronze powder-coated glazed system. At the top, you can see our single-story rear addition, which also changes plane and sets itself back from the face of the building, so that it's clearly articulated as a rooftop addition and not original to the building. It is entirely glazed. You can see the addition of what is our sort of street front twin was completed, in fact, in 1910, and they added a sort of Boston Bay window clad in copper. And so while theirs is, which is, of course, also somewhat versatile to the block and the neighborhood and the architecture of the time, but while it is a positive, we decided to create more of a void in response to that. You can see the bit of our stair bulkhead also there in the distance. One thing that's important to note, and I have a few photos of it forthcoming, is a wonderful detail which crops up both on the rear facade, interior of the donut, and also as an expression rendered in brownstone on a couple of facades on the outside, which is this woven crenellation on a 45-degree angle, which further reinforces the kind of consistent or inconsistent in and out of all of the other facades, but creates a really beautiful woven continuity to the buildings along the rear facade. We will replicate that. Our addition, rather than stepping out in its entirety, does continue the 45-degree chamfer with that same historic detail all the way up, which you can see here on our building and along the adjacent neighbors. Existing and proposed, it's important to note in the proposed, this line of our new rooftop addition is coplanar with, again, as I had said, both townhouses to the south and to the north. So we're actually infilling along a consistent line. This stair bulkhead has been minimized and chamfered to reduce its visibility, as we'll see in both the mock-up and rendered views. This axonometrics of both the existing condition. You can see here that in fact at the rooftop it does appear that there is a sort of missing tooth as well, with both of our adjacent neighbors having rooftop additions along at a certain setback line, and our proposed rooftop addition maintaining that line consistently with 349, which is its mirror image neighbor. This is the profile of our stair bulkhead, which you can see has been tapered and will be rendered in copper and anti-glass, as I mentioned, to minimize the view and be rendered with the sort of architectural consistency of material. This very small mechanical bulkhead does not rear its head over the facade, so is not in fact visible. And back to the rear additions, existing and proposed, where you can see we're extending approximately, I believe it is 34 inches from the line of the furthest projection point right now of the rear addition, and then stepping back at the fifth floor, create a four-story addition with a further step back at the rooftop. One thing that's important to note also, these axons and elevations are a bit deceptive, because what you see in the photos is not tremendous axometric, is a truly extraordinary weeping cherry tree that's been original to the house. It must be 130, 140 years old. We've brought in an arborist and are absolutely hunting to ensure its longevity for another 140 years. Because it more than our facade or any one facade along the interior of the donut truly defines the volume of that interior space. And in fact, we've demised this balcony so that it'll actually just jut out into the canopy of the tree. And it's all, and most of the facades are, of course, visible during the summer, visible during the winter months. I do want to point out the points of greatest visibility. This is along West 76th Street, 301 West 76, which is also 343 Western Avenue, is a large mansion which steps down along West 76th and has this sort of view portal into the interior on this sort of side oblique. This is taken from the furthest point across the street on West 76th, looking into the interior. You can see our mock-up in orange mesh here, which represents our new rear addition, as well as the rooftop addition above. Mock-up and rendered proposed view. I think what's important to note here is that this is not a formally composed view in any way. It is at best sort of accretive, and our proposal takes that into account with sort of slight modifications on these accretions. Along the front, we have West 76th Street, a view from the southeast corner of West 76th, looking obliquely to the townhouse fronts. And you can see a bit along here the visibility of our rooftop, but again, it's much less a new introduction into the roofscape as opposed to an extrusion of the roof along our twin, which I believe shows up better in this frontal view. Taken from directly across the street, you can see the neighbor, our mirror image, already has the addition from 1910. They did it right off the bat, about 20 years into the existence of the building. And we are simply extruding that line, that roof line across. If you carry on to the northeast corner of 77th, looking obliquely from the corner, you see the continuity of line of our building, and from this point along the street and really along here, our stair bulkhead is not visible. However, once you step back a bit along 77th, turn the corner just into the block between West End and Broadway, you get that little sliver of view of what would be our stair bulkhead, framed in copper and glass.
Okay.
And again, that's been minimized.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, we'll take testimony. Bob Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC wishes to make a plea for the retention of the rear configuration that this building shares with its twin next door. The unified rear on these two buildings appears to be a formal construct that would be a shame to lose. Thank you.
Sean Kosandi?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Sean Kosandi for Landmark West. Our committee found this proposal to be a thoughtful response that elevates the discussion of a dog-leg rear yard addition. Sitting in the center of a 14-house ensemble, this property has a unique site condition that would allow for this expanded lot coverage, but also must be examined as a player in a larger assembly of site planning and massing. We strongly feel that the height should not be visible from the street. Not only does this proposal seek to enlarge and match the already expanded mirror at 349, it will exceed that height with mechanical and stair bulkheads. After a redesign, we understand that the impact has been reduced, although as a rule, we would prefer it be concealed. In regards to the dogleg, while the mirror of the original will be lost, the proposed extension references the former and incorporates detailing beyond what is normally seen. The proposal uses clues from other areas of Lamb & Rich's ensemble, mainly from publicly visible elevations, and creates a believable response. Although parts of Lamb & Rich's urban concept are lost, our committee feels that this proposal is a good example of compromise and would be a good fit within the district. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Josette Amato?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Josette Amato, West End Preservation Society. When one thinks of the quintessential block of townhouses on West End Avenue, this block between 76th and 77th Street must come to mind. These Renaissance-inspired designs by Lamb & Rich, this built in 1891, are referenced in the West End Collegiate Historic District Designation Report as some of the finest townhouse designs in the city. 347 West End, a mirror image to 349, was built as part of a row of 14 houses at the opening of single-family home development on the avenue. Alterations have taken place through the years, stoops removed, entries changed, but they largely remained intact prior to designation in 1984. It is because of this history, this remarkably cohesive example of New York City in the late 1800s, that we are reluctant to see a rooftop and rear yard addition come before the Commission. We commend the applicant on the proposed restoration work on the facade. We appreciate their willingness to listen to previous comments and incorporate those suggestions into this current proposal. An addition already exists, unfortunately, on the mirror image building. Therefore, we do not consider it unreasonable for the applicant to request their addition extend the neighboring roof line, and we consider the materials to be appropriate. We would request, however, that every effort be made to prevent any visibility of the stair bulkhead. We acknowledge the changes that have been made, but it is our preference that the roof line view on West End Avenue not be intruded upon. The proposed rear yard addition seems appropriate to the spirit of Lamb & Rich. We welcome recreating the existing brick renovation throughout the facade. Our one exception is the large wall of glass in the rooftop addition. The glass on the first floors has been broken up to some extent. The rooftop addition, however, is almost the entire width of the building. It seems out of place here, more appropriate to beachfront property than the rear yard of West End Avenue. We feel there is a compromise to be made. Thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you. Jay Adolph?
Jay Adolph, Community Board 7. Just briefly, I'll echo what Josette just said and express our appreciation from the process point of view. What you have before you officially from our board was a resolution, a unanimous resolution of disapproval from our committee and from the full board based on the original design that was presented to us. And as the applicant has said, they took into account both our critique and suggestions and have come back to you with pretty much an entirely new design. We're also appreciative of the fact that while we didn't have time to initiate another formal process with our committee and full board, the applicant contacted us before our last committee meeting and appeared before us to update us on the design. So I think it's fair to say that our resolution, which is before you, is now moot. I can't say definitively what our official action would be at this time, but I can tell you that the sense of our committee was that all of the changes being presented now were positive, and it's more than likely that in some form, possibly with some additional recommendations, there would have been an approval of the opening. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Do you have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. Right, comments? Good. I mean, we've seen so many different approaches to rooftop and rear yard additions, and this one is actually a very restrained proposal, and it matches very well the adjacent buildings on both sides, the adjacent rooftop additions. And I think even the rear yard, in terms of its treatment, is very restrained and actually does capture the spirit of the rear yard vocabulary. I would only add that perhaps they could just continue to work with staff to see if they can try and minimize the bulkhead. It means it's visible in only a few places, so maybe you could just continue to sort of work with him and see if it could be eliminated altogether, but we can ask them to work with staff on that. Okay, great.
Matter of 347 West End Avenue in the West End Village Historic District, an application to construct rear yard and rooftop additions and modify masonry openings. I recommend approval, finding that the construction of the proposed rooftop and rear yard additions, creation of new masonry openings, modification of existing openings, and installation of windows and doors will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the building. That the proposed rooftop addition will be set back from the rear parapet, and the rear addition will not be at full height, helping to maintain discernible aspects of the building's original massing and its relationship with neighboring houses in the row. That except for the stair bulkhead, the rooftop addition will not exceed the height of the historic false gable, and when seen from the public thoroughfare over the front facade, will closely replicate existing addition at the adjoining matching building in terms of height, material, details, and finish, helping the proposed addition to remain subordinate to the historic features of the house and to be discrete, harmonious presence in views of the building and the streetscape. That the bulkhead, clad in copper, will be compatible with other copper elements found at the row and streetscape, and only minimally visible from a public thoroughfare from limited vantage points at a distance, and will remain in keeping with surrounding rooftop accretions in these views in terms of its scale. That the rear portion of the rooftop addition, which will be visible over one-story extension in the rear addition, will only be visible from the public thoroughfare from a limited vantage point over a one-story extension of a neighboring building within the context of secondary facades. That the portions of the roof and rear additions will be simply designed and consistent in basic form and scale with surrounding extensions, and will utilize materials and finishes typically found at secondary facades of buildings in this block and historic district, helping them to remain a discrete presence. That the construction of the rear addition will not eliminate the presence of a rear yard. That the rear addition will not extend to the rear lot line and will be in keeping with several other buildings at this block in terms of its number of floors and projection into the central green space. Pardon me. That although the rear addition will exceed the neighboring addition in terms of its projection into the central green space, the overall massing of the addition will be compatible with the varied conditions at this portion of the block in terms of lack of alignment to the rear facade planes and additions throughout the block. That the predominant use of masonry and size of the openings at the rear addition, maintaining horizontal bands of masonry or metal between all floors, will help the addition maintain a residential scale in keeping with the character of the house. That the existing design of the top floor of the rear facade does not match or closely relate to the design of the top floor of the matching neighboring buildings. Therefore, the modification to the masonry openings will not diminish a unifying feature. That the proposed new window and door openings at the top floor and the chamfered portions of the lower floors will be well scaled to the building, that none of the alterations to the rear facade will be visible from the public thoroughfare, that the cumulative effect of the work will not overwhelm the building and detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building block or district, and the applicant will work with staff to minimize the bulkhead.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 14. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan docket number 1823. This is 29 East 73rd Street, located within the Upper East Side Historic District. This is an Italianate neo-Greek style row house designed by J.W. Marshall and built in 1871. The application is to legalize and modify signage installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 29 East 73rd Street, located close to the corner of Madison Avenue and East 73rd Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. The parlor floor window was infilled and altered to a signage vitrine prior to designation. The proposal is to legalize the installation of signage panes on posts set planners within the areaway and replace the existing signage vitrine. Architect Dejan Liu is here to elaborate and answer any questions.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is our building. It's at the corner of Madison. It's the second door from the corner. So where the location is on the 73rd Street. So we have this photo from the text photo record. This from the 1940s. The next photo. So that's our building. The next photo is from the 80s.
The second and the third floor so that they align more closely with the existing top floor, the fourth floor. And there's also some flexibility on the ground floor of the extension where those windows would line up. The backyard itself, even after the proposed 12 feet extension, depth of 12 feet extension into the backyard, would have approximately 40 feet of open, usable green space. So the idea that this proposal, which complies with the applicable zoning, would somehow destroy the green space in the back area is just not really fair to say, and it's certainly not true. There would be approximately 40 feet of depth of the lot of green space, which would be part of the project. I mentioned to you that I do construction law, and I hear all the time concerns about safety, and obviously I'm sensitive to that for all different types of reasons, including that I, have a child and have a child owner. I can assure you that this project will be contracted out in a professional manner, and obviously construction is disruptive, but there's nothing inherently unsafe about improving one's property and doing this extension. And then, I don't know anything about a conflict by a chair of Landmarks Committee of Community Board 10. We appear to be formed the committee, and Mr. Knox is the chairman. I don't know what that's about, but since I've been involved in representing my homeowner clients, we have made every effort that
done more by inviting the neighbors to come to the property, to meet inside my client's home, to go into the backyard, to show them exactly where the construction will be. We have support from the community. We have a list of about a dozen individuals in the district that support this project. There are extensions throughout the district on other blocks that are full width of lot extensions. This particular block is overwhelmed by a school, and the school goes the entire length of the lot back. So we're not proposing to do that. We're proposing to do just a limited rear extension. And so we think that we've been sensitive. We understand that we're not going to please all of the neighbors, but that doesn't mean that this project is not consistent with the historic district. And these homeowners have every intent to restore and maintain the historic character of the townhouse. I can assure you of that, and the plans in their totality reflect. So those are just my responses to some of the questions.
Do we have any additional questions for the team? Yes, Diana.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I did understand it. So you're saying that the lot, the open space beyond your building is 40 feet? It doesn't look like that in the plan, but perhaps that's just...
It is approximately that.
From the building lot line, okay.
Okay,
I can show you.
No, it is what it is. That's just
I'll show you. I'm going to show you one drawing that was done to scale that shows the garden space. This is drawn to scale. So this is all open space.
Okay. All right, do you have any other questions? Okay, so we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Excuse me. Well, look, I'm sorry, you've already spoken. Have you already spoken? Yes. Okay. No, I'm sorry. All right. My instinct is that the number of floors of the encroachment may be too much. And, just to comment, we heard some testimony about, I'm not quite sure what they were talking about in terms of Landmarks Preservation Commission's rules, or maybe they were talking about the rules, but that's at staff level, it can come before the commission, and we can evaluate it. And there may be reasons to allow for some extension, but I think that going up to it's 2 stories of basement, but it's feels like 3 stories, I think sort of overwhelms the rear. So I think I could live with 2 levels. Given that this is going full width, on the same side you have one which goes 3 stories, but it's half width, so it's not the same shape, but maybe it's roughly the same amount of bow, and I think I could support that. I think the design should be restudied, and yes, Michael.
Amen to that. I think that the materials should be, they can work with staff on all this stuff. This is LPC Basic Rear Yard Addition 101. I think that the materials and the design should be brought into line with virtually all the other standard rear yard additions that we see, and they should really aim for something that would be, if not approvable at a staff level, virtually identical to that. I think that the criteria that I have for evaluating the appropriateness of the volume go to the things we talk about all the time. Are there other additions of a similar nature on the block? Is this a consistent row? I think the fact that there are no, there's maybe one at one end of the block, and that you have a fairly uninterrupted row that is fairly consistent, argues for modesty in terms of the scale of the addition. Had this been a block in another neighborhood where the donut was a complete thing, I think that we have in the past taken an even harder line on it and said, you really have to keep it to the basement level. But I think here, because the block is a little bit variegated, and because it's broken by the school in the center, and it kind of has an already less than perfect condition, I think that a two-story basement plus one could be acceptable. I think that they should consider having the first floor. I mean, I think you look at the back of the building, you can take some cues from that. The back of the row has a consistent top floor, consistent second floor. It has an unusual piano nobile kind of tall window, and then a basement that's kind of just utilitarian. I think that maybe the first floor, second level addition could be set back or varied in some ways so that you perpetuate the reading of the block. But certainly the materials, the details should be studied so that they are more typical.
Other comments? Yes, Diana.
I feel that it's, the size, the design, and materials all need to be restudied, that they're really not appropriate. And
Diana, can you speak into that?
I'm sorry, they're really not appropriate, they need to be restudied. And I feel in this case that the school has taken up so much space in the block that really what you're looking at is this small area is what's being affected. In effect, it's because it's as though that was the end of the block there. So rather than thinking that kind of cancels out, I feel it has more impact on the small area. And it's a relatively pristine, small donut that's left. So I think it's very important that whatever is there is of a suitable size, design, and materials. And I don't think we're there at this point. That's my opinion. So.
I just want to acknowledge that we approve things like this from a massing point of view, not architecture, all the time. The top three windows are retained on the top floor, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The only thing we're hanging our hat on here is that there's no other additions now in this donut, the remaining aspect of this donut, once the school has taken out so much of it. So that's what we are hanging our hat on. That's what we're saying. And if there had been other additions already, we would be saying, well, maybe this is okay. So there's a kind of a very judgmental issue here.
You said the same thing in Prospect Heights, in Carroll Gardens.
I mean, just earlier today on 20th Street, we approved something, that had been cut way back from initially what it was after, but still much more than this. So it's all about the donut, which seems a little odd to me.
Right, but I think I understand. And it is a sort of an interesting dilemma, because it's like the luck of the draw if you happen to be in that, and even within your home district. So I think that one can take that into consideration, and so one could take a position over here which is like, well, there's none that are full width, and so you have to do half width, which really is not practical anymore, because this is a 15-foot wide home. But I think that still, so there is some give, I think, by the commission to allow maybe a basement of one floor. So it's 2 stories, which I think will just read better. So it's a little bit of balancing. In terms of just the aesthetics, I don't know if you were commenting on the aesthetics. You wasn't, right? You were just on the massing.
I was only commenting on the massing, but I think what's already been said about the aesthetics is we've got to see it again. I mean, I just can't think that this is just staff level now. I think the stucco is inappropriate.
It should be brick. The whole fenestration program is inappropriate. It should be rethought, reworked. If it's going to come down a floor, we need to see how that feels. I don't know about glass railings in such a place, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's a whole reworking of the mass that we should see again.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes.
Two last things. First, I think the bulkhead should be angled, since it's just a utilitarian bulkhead and it is visible. I think it should be angled. It's an easy one. And I think in terms of the districts, we do all the time use the context of the pristine quality or lack thereof of the donut as a basis. I mean, we've done it, on the Upper East Side, for instance, we'll be very flexible because a lot of those donuts are non-existent. Whereas in other places in the city, often in newer districts or newly gentrified districts where you have relatively pristine backyards, it is the luck of the draw, and you do kind of, you're both lucky and unlucky to have a very pristine courtyard, which is both special and a bummer when you want to add on to it.
Well, I know that maybe Diana wouldn't agree with me, but I think that, I think that there is some disruption in this block, which is the school, and I think that does set a part of the context to what we're looking at. I also think that the buildings along Adam Clayton Powell have very shallow yards, and that's a part of the donut as well. So there are other aspects that I think one can draw from to allow some, this is not the pristine block, I would say.
Well, one more thought too is that we are establishing here a precedent for this piece of the block, and I think we should do it very well. And this applicant, that's why I think it should come back, and we should look at it and think that other of these townhouses will, over time, be adding to their rear yards, and that we should, here with this applicant who is establishing the precedent, establish a pretty high bar, not a low bar.
Okay, so we will not take any action. Is there any other comments? All right, we will not take any action, and we can review it when it comes back. Okay, so that's the last item. Okay, thank you.